Hello, I am Gregory, the poor typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. This week, our typing prompt is typing about typing. I kept it simple this week, so yeah. So we do have a couple people joining us, and I will say that that's essentially what I do on my blog. I type about typing, or about typewriters, I should say. All right, so I have just some quick announcements. I want to remind you that Type Pals is and always will be free. Please join us at typepals.com. The podcast, Type Pals Podcast, is there are new episodes every Thursday at 5 a.m. Pacific. I have an update on Type Co-op, which has been down. So I'm in the process of integrating it with the Type Pals website. So if you go to the community menu, there's a little drop-down menu. Right now, you can only access the calendar. At some point, I will add the links back on, but for now, you can access the community calendar, and please post your type or other typewriter-related events on there. I would love that. And then I do want to remind you, today is the last day to sign up for the postcard exchange. So be sure and register for that. If you're not already a Type Pals member, sign up for free, and then you'll have access to the postcard exchange. So yeah, please do that. All right. Let's see. So Roger, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I had a good day yesterday. 2 new typewriters.
Oh,
Yeah, an Underwood SS from 1946 and extra white Carriage Remington Rand, but I don't know what type or date yet.
okay. Have you located the serial number on it?
Yes, I
Okay.
have.
Because some it can be pretty tricky.
Yeah, I know. Most of the time I have problems with it, but it just came to me, so
Okay.
I got it. It's just I've seen pictures of the typewriter I've got, but I haven't found it in the typewriter database yet. It looks like a model 234, but then with the closed front. So it's not exactly that, and I haven't seen the pictures I've seen. They don't have the type on it, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Okay, excellent.
And it's the serial number starts with JT, and I don't find that in the typewriter database also. It starts with a J, yes. It says double digit codes means something, but that's not how I find the machine.
Okay.
So,
Well, be sure and add it to the typewriter database so that,
yeah,
we'll have something in there.
yeah, there are probably a couple in there, but I have a couple of them in there too, but I still need to get some more in there.
Okay. I'm right there with you. My goodness, I'm horrible. I think I only have one in there.
One.
Yeah, I think just one. Yeah.
That's a little.
I know. I have
one out of
about 40.
So that's less than, well,
yeah, it's embarrassing.
yeah, exactly. I'm about halfway there, so
Oh,
well,
excellent.
A
Excellent.
third.
Okay. Well, that's not bad.
Yeah. Also, changed a ribbon on my Remington Rand Portable Model 5 Deluxe. I had ordered too small ribbon with the spools, so I took the spools off, the plastic ones, and I put my metal spools on it.
Nice.
So
very nice.
And luckily, I was look how you say it. I wore plastic gloves when I changed the room.
Yes. Yeah, that could get a little bit messy.
Yeah.
Excellent. And anything else new with you?
Not much. Yesterday when I was to the yard sales where I bought the Underwood, I came across an ex-coworker of mine, and he's a typewriter collector too. So, but he didn't buy any there. We only saw one other typewriter, but we had a good chat.
Yeah, yeah. Very good.
So that's about it.
Okay. Now, in your area, are there any type-ins or anything?
Not that I know of. I've tried to get one, but no takers.
Okay.
I only know of 2 people who had typewriters in my area.
Yeah.
So,
But if you get out there, people might come out of the woodwork, so to
yeah,
speak.
that's possible. So I also noticed the 2 typewriters I got are French.
Oh, okay.
So they might have been Belgian, but they're in the French language.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Okay. And what have you been typing lately?
A little. I've have some papers to get my correspondence, and it's whose turn is it? So I put in the date when I received the letter and when I send the letter, and the name of the address of the pen pal.
Excellent.
So, and I was switching typewriters around, my first and my second one. So
Okay.
I know when the typewriter model I used by looking at the date, if I remember which type it is, the type font.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And later on, I'll probably be writing a letter, but with a fountain pen.
Yeah. What's your favorite fountain pen?
Oh, that's difficult. There's so many, but I'm partial to the Pelicanos. That's what I
Okay.
used when I was younger. I have a couple now, and they write so smooth.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I also got 2 letters in from the type pals this week.
Excellent.
So that's a good one too.
Yes.
On the same day.
Oh wow. That's a
and
nice.
I think they were posted on March 3rd, and May 3rd, and they arrived May 11th.
Wow, that's not bad.
Not bad.
You were from the United States?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Normally it's between 7 and 10 days, but the last couple of years I've had 3 months to 5 days.
Okay.
So it's all over the place.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, that's so good, and thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for hosting.
Of course.
Again.
Yeah. Christoph, how are you doing? Uh-oh, we don't have audio for you.
M'entends pas.
Oh, and now.
There we go. Yes.
Oui.
Yeah.
Bon.
Okay, so I'm a little bit upset today.
Uh-oh.
It's Hermes, the Hermes I found.
Yes.
And with carriage problem. And Daniel knows it. And I have people said they had carriage problem. The carriage was stuck, but not mine. My carriage is not stuck. My carriage is totally free. And when I saw video on YouTube, I saw that I have some missing parts here. And here I don't know if they have their importance. I have some missing parts. I don't know why, but I think somebody touched it because I have a number under the carriage, and somebody perhaps tried to repair or change the carriage. Everything works well. Everything works here on the margin works. Everything works, but I have always the same problem with it, because when I put the carriage on, the carriage is totally free. I cannot type. When I type, there's nothing happened. There's no movement. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I have to try to find another machine and keep some parts on it.
Yeah. So do you know what the parts are that are missing? Because although I don't have the exact same model, I have the newer.
This is a sort of plate with black and red
Okay.
line, a black
Okay.
line and red line with 1, 2,
I
3,
know.
4 screws.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's important.
No,
Parts,
case,
but
Christophe.
yeah.
Christophe. As soon as you mentioned those, I knew what you were talking about, and I have the same things in mind. And
Yeah.
those two plates have only one function, and probably only once in the life of that typewriter. And it is that those plates are used when the typewriter is shipped from the factory to the store, and those plates are used to lock the segment in up position, so that during transport the segment doesn't float. So different companies have different strategies for that, but those two pieces that you're missing are not important for your problem. They're not relevant.
Okay.
None whatsoever. So even if you're missing them, you could have the typewriter work beautifully for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter, because most people don't ever touch those two pieces of metal anymore. So what we had been talking about with your carriage was, you know, those this is the wrong button here, and I'm lucky that I took the cover plate back, but you know, the back cover plate off.
Yeah.
But that button and the other one on the other side on your carriage. So grab your carriage, and when you press on those buttons, do they go in and come out? Do you press and you come out with a spring?
This.
So yeah. So when you look under your carriage, turn it over and look at the bottom, and you press on the button there. What happens?
Just
show us. You press on the button and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Your problem is right there.
Okay.
Something in the carriage, those, like the rack should be moving. When I press the button on my machine, and I cannot do it the same as you, because the machine is assembled right now. I wish I could have thought about that before, but when I
have a movement here. When I free, I have a movement here.
Okay, so this is what actually locks and releases the carriage. So I suspect that the problem is in the carriage, because if your pinion is in good condition on this frame, then the problem is in the carriage, not on the base of the machine.
Okay.
So work with the carriage and see if everything is loose, everything fits well. And can you confirm that the pinion on the machine is in good condition? When you look at the machine, the base there that you had, the first thing that you showed us.
Yeah.
Is the escapement and the pinion are they in good condition?
This one,
Yeah. L'échappement.
yes, it's in very good condition.
Yeah.
It's very clean. It's very no rust, no shocks, no.
Christoph mentioned that everything worked. He just was worried that there was parts missing. Is that correct, Christoph?
Yeah,
Sorry?
right. He was worried about the two little metal
Yes, I had
plates
to. I have two little
that are
plates
missing,
here,
and
here,
have nothing to do with his problem, because those are only used when the company ships the machines.
Yeah, but
and
it
they're
doesn't sound
pushed
like he actually
forward.
has a problem, right?
So it's the carriage. The carriage is moving, and somehow
I will
think
show
that,
you the problem. Okay. Let me 2 minutes. I will put the carriage on the machine. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. If you add just 2 minutes, I will put the carriage. Okay, that's okay.
yeah, you have to be careful there, because you just pinched a part there between just behind the bell. That part is not correct.
Yeah.
That you have to be careful to insert it carefully there.
Okay. It's okay. Up.
Okay.
So I unlock. The margin moves. Move.
Oh my God, this guy.
Okay.
Margin, look.
Yeah. Okay. The problem is I can't. It's always moved. I can't stuck it. I can't.
Right,
it's
but
always-
remove your
always-
finger from the button. But, Christophe, tu peux pas laisser ton doigt sur le bouton, parce que tant que ton doigt est sur le bouton, ça va continuer de bouger. Donc, au
Non, mais
moment où tu es
j'enlève le doigt.
rendu,
Regarde.
voilà, OK.
Try pressing the space bar.
Nothing happens.
No, I mean, move the carriage all the way over and press the space bar, because my Hermes has a weird thing when I do the carriage lock. In order to get it,
The carriage lock, yes. It's locked.
yeah.
But wait, then I put you around the
Oh, and that was just from holding down the space bar. That it
Mhm,
moved all the way over.
mhm.
Ooh, boy.
You see when I
Oh boy, that's like a tab.
So I would recommend that you first prop up the chassis on 2 blocks of wood. There's a linkage
Right.
that goes from the space bar underneath the machine, and it sits lower than the feet a little bit. That's why the bottom of the plastic shell has a kind of a low parts for that linkage, just to make sure that linkage isn't hanging up on your towel, on your workbench, right?
Alors, mets des petits blocs sur les pattes pour
And lift it up a little bit.
remonter, pour le remonter. Tu peux juste mettre des petits blocs temporairement.
it's locked.
Alors, est-ce que tu vas mettre des blocs ou tu vas la laisser comme ça verticale? Parce que ça ne fonctionne pas vertical.
You have like books or something that you can set it on.
Mhm. Just put it something like two books that you can put under the sides of the of the feet there.
Basically, we just want it a little bit off that towel. That the towel might be interfering. I think on my Hermes 3000, when I first disengaged the carriage lock, the carriage just moves freely until I press the space bar. So it looked similar to that, but it may not be that though. I don't know.
It's looked when I push. You have when I push this, it's just move a little bit, but no
Mais,
more
Christophe,
movement.
est-ce que tu m'entends quand je dis que
Oui.
tu dois remonter la machine? Il ne faut pas
Oui.
que le dessous touche à la serviette.
D'accord. Ah, ok.
Il ne faut pas que tu la laisses à la verticale comme ça non plus, ça ne fonctionne pas. Il faut que tu mettes des petits blocs sous les côtés
Ok.
et remettre la machine à l'horizontale pour pouvoir l'essayer.
I have to find some little blocks
That's it.
to put under.
Deux
the
petits
machine.
livres. 2 livres, ça fonctionne.
Yeah.
Okay, so he'll go get blocks and then
Okay.
he'll come back.
Okay, so maybe in the meantime we'll move on. Let's see here. We'll keep an eye on him, but let's see. Carlos, how are you doing?
Well, was showing the group yesterday. I got this new daisy wheel, so that
Oh, cool.
the Olympia report no longer just has that typeface where everything looks capitalized like a telegram.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a
It's
Olympia
like a
report.
roller coaster. Okay. Oh, my camera is off.
Yeah.
Non, mais on va
oh.
parler avec Carlos, Christophe, et puis on te revient.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Carlos, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. I wanted to send off some of my Platens off, and I'm curious how people decide what to send off. I was gonna send some of the ones where the line feed it's not so great. Whenever it like kind of skips lines sometimes on my Hermes rocket. But I'm debating if I should send any of the other ones just to get them done at the same time. I guess.
Now-
yeah, and what's the process like? Also, like.
Yeah, I can't help you there, but eventually when I do send one off, the typewriter itself is pretty much going to have to be working flawlessly, because if I'm going to invest another $100 on a Platen, the typewriter better be like fully functional. Other than that, so
Yeah, I agree. Part of for me was deciding which machines had the easy to remove Platens, right? Like obviously like a 5 or 6 series Smith Corona, it's a no-brainer. They're very easy to take off. Hermes Rocket, on the other hand, is not so easy to take out the Platen by yourself. So that's a consideration, because you have to take the Platen out yourself and just ship the Platen back. And then, as Gregory said, like your line spacing problem in your rocket may not be related to the Platen. That could be that sprocket gear on the left side of the Platen and a little pressure roller that engages it. Maybe something wrong with that. That new rubber on the Platen may not fix that. So
Yeah,
I would not put money into it until you knew all the other mechanical problems were resolved.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the rubber actually, or the rollers at the bottom. They look really slick.
Okay. So your paper slipping. Like when you engage the pressure roller, you can easily pull the paper, and it doesn't really hold it in one position.
I haven't tried that, but I do know it like when it gets to a certain point in the page, it slips. Like
okay.
It's more like in the middle towards the end.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, it's just I know that on the early rocket, I know like I had a 1953 rocket, and it was a little difficult to get that Platen out.
Yeah. When I first got it, I tried to take it off, and it was pretty difficult. So I'm gonna give it another attempt this time. It's been serviced, so they were able to get it in a better state than when I got it, but.
So if
still
you
wanna
had it at a
replace-
professional shop, one of the options, if the platen is difficult to take out, is have them take that out and ship it off to JJ Short, and then just have them charge you for the, for what JJ Short charges them.
Yeah.
If you're not comfortable with taking apart and getting the platen out.
I'm comfortable. I just don't know if I can do it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then sometimes on one of my machines, the platen is nice, but the rollers have been chewed up.
Mhm.
And some have flats. The rollers have flat
Yeah.
places, and it doesn't feed very well. And that's the case for my dad's 1940 Remington Rand. And I think that when my dad bought it secondhand in the 60s, it had been reconditioned somewhat. He bought like a machine that had been redone by a typewriter shop. And so the platen that I find on that 1940 is quite okay, because my dad didn't use it, a lot. He used it in his business, but it's not like typing every day. But the rollers, for some reason, became very soft and chewy. Yeah, and that's the problem. So I'm looking at replacing those rollers. So it's good to look at both. I have another machine, an Olympia, where the rollers are fantastic, and the platen has wear at every space that it was typed. There was a little groove, basically. At every space, there's a little groove, so that they type so much in the middle of the platen where they used to put a letter page, that there's little grooves, and it's not terrible, but it's not ideal. So I'm just saying that the two might be,
Yeah. I was planning on doing both. If I'm gonna take it apart, I might as well send everything. Yeah, the other one was an Olympia SM9 that also has the grooves essentially. That one, I think it's a little easier to take off the roller, the platinum. But yeah, I'm curious what the process is like. Do you just go to JJ Short's website and ask for an estimate first?
Yeah, you send them an email. That's what I did. I send them an email and describe exactly what you have, the model, the size of the platen, like even, is it a normal size? You measure the length, and you tell them all those measurements and get an estimate, and then ship it. And it's true that you offer some rebates for if you do more than 2 or 3. I don't remember exactly, Carlos, but there's like a 15% rebate if you do more than 1 or more than 2.
Okay. Yeah, I could definitely send 3 or 4. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, I think at one point I had a Royal FP wide carriage, and he quoted me, I want to say it was $99 or something like that, and then paying shipping to and from. So probably would have been, I don't know, like 120 or something like that, roughly. But I ended up not keeping that typewriter. First of all, because it was a wide carriage, and I mean, a Royal FP is big enough, and then to have a wide carriage is just ridiculous. And then also, well, fixing the platen probably would have fixed it, but I could put a piece of paper with 3 backing sheets, and it would cut through every single one. It was crazy. Oh man.
Are you? Is Hulk your surname, Gregory?
Oh, what's that?
Hulk your surname when you type?
Well, I am heavy-handed, actually. I admit that, both in typing and in writing. My wife laughs at me because I press so hard as I'm writing. She was afraid I was signing some papers, and she was afraid that I was gonna damage our dining room table. So she went and got something to put under there. But
with a fountain pen?
No, it was legal paperwork, so I wasn't using a fountain pen.
Because if you push that hard with a fountain pen,
Oh yeah, you'll break the fountain pen, or at least ruin the tines. Yeah. Now, I do want to mention to Christoph real quick. Ken said that on his, he had to lift up the spacebar on his H3K to free up the carriage return, or to free up the carriage rather. So I don't know. I don't know what state he's in right now. In his working on it, but
Right.
that came from
This was
Ken.
also the case for mine, but it was
Okay.
when it was in the shell. When it was in the shell,
okay.
it was wedged improperly, and the space bar was pressed down permanently. I don't know if that's what Ken is referring to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's I believe he's driving, so so he may not be able to respond, but yeah, maybe at some point if he joins us later, he can let us know. Yeah. Carlos, was there anything else new with you?
No, just thinking about removing those platinums and send them off. I think the only typewriter that I have is my typewriter Splendid that has it looks like it has the newest Platen, or at least it feels the nicest. Yeah, otherwise, nothing new.
Okay.
Any
And
typewriters.
how's that coffee maker working for you?
Great. Yeah, I had that for a long time. Maybe,
Okay.
or not that long, I guess, 4 years.
Oh, okay.
But,
I for some reason I thought it was a new acquisition.
No, I had that for a while. I just
Okay. Yeah, you have me looking at them now. I'm looking at different like hand lever espresso machines now. There's quite a wide selection of them actually. So
yeah, and they're kind of like typewriters. They're pretty easy to take apart. There's not that many moving parts.
Yeah.
You can find them used. Like I bought mine is from that in early 90s, I think.
Okay.
But I bought mine used and I just refurbished all those seals and it's good as new.
Excellent. I need another way to brew coffee.
Yeah.
I only have like maybe probably 6 different machines for brewing coffee.
Impressive, yeah.
I'm a bit of an addict, so I like coffee gear.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's see. Daniel, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent.
I've been working on rollers for the Remington Rand. I installed new rollers from what we discussed 2 weeks ago, Tygon.
Ooh, I like that.
Tube, like fuel tube, and they're not the right color, of course, but they're pretty good, pretty grippy. But I do have I am struggling a little bit with the bigger rollers. But I think I'm going to the bigger rollers, those bigger rollers. To find the right diameter of tubing is difficult. So what I might end up doing is making new brass pieces and mounting them with new rubber tubing, and then grinding the rubber in place to reduce the diameter, because either the diameter is too small, what I have is too small or too big. And it's almost impossible to install the new rubber on the existing brass parts and then hold that in a lathe to turn it. So it's better to make an arbor. I'll make an arbor, mount the new rubber, then turn it to the right diameter or grind it to the right diameter, and then install it into the machine. So that's the next project.
And by arbor, that would be just like a longer longer rod, basically.
Like, let's say you take a longer bar. It doesn't have to be that length, but it can be. In fact, here I've started doing that. So it's an arbor that fits.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut it smaller, but it's going to fit between the headstock and the tailstock of the lathe. And then you can install the rubber, and then you can grind it, because to my dismay, the rubber tubing that I got from automotive supplier, they're not concentric. So the rubber is not the same thickness all around.
Oh.
It doesn't matter if you have windshield washer liquid in there, or you have any other thing. Like, the hole doesn't have to be in the center of those kind of tubing.
Exactly.
So what's important is that it's flexible and it's resistant to cold and all those features that they need to have, but they're not totally concentric. So I think in my conversation with Peter Short, I haven't asked the questions directly, so I'm just assuming that when he talked to me about the rollers and the additional work that rollers create them, is because I think they need to mount them on arbors and make them, and then dismount them from arbors, and then mount them on the original brass rollers. And I think that might be the case, but it's an assumption. I haven't really asked it. I don't think they would reveal their manufacturing process.
Yeah.
But if I could try to figure out this way, I think that's how I would do it. I would use an arbor to turn it to be concentric with the center, and then mount them.
Yeah.
That's kind of experimenting that I'm doing right now. And every day for the last week, I've been able to publish one typed page in replacement of Daniel Marlot from one type. So that's kind of fun. It's
Yeah.
fun to participate in that effort.
Definitely. Yeah, I got
Fun to help.
the email from Daniel Marlowe, and saying that you were stepping in, and I was like, hey, I know him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very cool.
That's good. It's very
Well,
it's very interesting.
And you're quite a regular submitter on there, right?
Yes. I did slack off a little bit in the last couple of months, just because I was so busy at work and so on and so forth. There was also a little bit of winter blah that installed. So with spring is back, I'm more into it. So
yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And so I'm quite happy with that, and I'm listening to Joe Van Cleve has experience with a new ribbon from Baco. I'm quite tempted to try myself to order, because there's nothing more frustrating. I find that I have typewriters that work so well, but I'm stretching those old ribbons that don't print very well, and it doesn't look as good, and I want it to look the best it can.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to go for it. If not, I'm just going to get new ribbons from a place I've already ordered from, which is fine. But I think that the economics of ordering from Baku a large roll is very, very significant. For 20 machines or something. I'm not saying that I'm going to put new ribbons in 20 machines, but 20 rolls, let's say 20 spools for the price of So
now, do you know anyone locally, like within a reasonable distance of where you are, that people that would you could perhaps share it with, or anything like that?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's a good idea, because there's quite a number of people on from the Facebook page and the group, the Typewriter group on Google IO group. It's the old Yahoo group that migrated to a new platform, and I don't know why I have a memory blank. The group, I think
not
it's
referring to-
Typewriters.io.
Okay. You're not
Groups-
referring to Typewriter Talk, right?
Not well. Typewriter Talk is another one. So
Yeah.
you're right. That's a third one. But what I had in mind was groups.io, which is a hosting place for the typewriter group, which is not that active, but there's a couple of guys from my area here that are on that group.
Okay.
And there's people, from Typewriter Talk for sure. And even if it's not close, it doesn't really matter. It could be Toronto and Montreal, and that would still be, shipping would still be quite reasonable.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So Kimberly is in Toronto. Curry is in Waterloo. Oh my God, how many others? There's a couple others in the Toronto area, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so it's a solution. But then maybe I need to order the bigger roll if that.
Yeah.
If so many people are interested.
I know. Excellent.
Yeah.
And anything else new with you?
It's life is good. Thank you.
Excellent. That's great to hear. And it's
Yeah,
always good
thanks.
seeing you. Joe, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. Speaking of ribbons, I had taken out this Underwood 4-bank typewriter this morning. Haven't used it in a while, and I thought, I wonder if it needs a new ribbon. And it turns out I just put a good ribbon in it. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, I think it was maybe one that I got from Bob Marshall, which happens to be Bago ribbons also. But
Yes.
anyway, so I was enjoying it, and I'm using my iPad Mini for the camera this morning, so it's a little bit out of reach for turning off the sound. So I had to move my microphone away from the typewriter when I was typing. But I was going to show you guys, I have this really big Turkish style bath towel.
Oh yeah.
And I fold it in a little pad that's like over 2 inches thick, right? And then you can put the typewriter on it, and it really absorbs a lot of sound, especially on a wooden table like this. But anyways, I'm doing pretty good. I logged in last night for the impromptu meeting, and that was kind of fun. So
yeah. Excellent.
but nothing really going on too special.
Oh, okay. How many people were there last night?
When I got on, there was about half a dozen.
Oh.
I think earlier we had some music, might have had some music from what's his name? Sorry, remind me.
Larry.
Larry, thank you. Yeah, Larry, I missed it. I was coming home from work. But it's kind of a nice little meeting. It's kind of nice being able to just to log on whenever you want and see who's there and kind of talk and chat.
Yeah.
I didn't do any videos last week. Actually, I took a little break. I think I have a mail time video that I'm going to do this week, and not really sure about typewriter related videos, but I do have a couple of photography things going on that I'll probably make videos about. So that's going on. And,
well, as far as mail time, now you do have a package on the way.
Oh, I know. Yes, right. I do
Okay,
have
got
that. So I might actually wait until your package gets here to do mail time. But
I
one
think you
thing
should.
I am going to do, though, by the way, is I had this sketch journal. It's one of these cheap Walmart brands like Exceed. It's a dot grid journal, and I've been using this since, let's see, what's the date? February 2nd, 2021. So this went about 1.25 years. And I know my exposure on my camera is overexposed, but anyways, this is a combination of sketches, writing, even like photographs and stuff. It's just a wide variety of things, even like collage art, right, from old magazines. So I just finished this up, and I'm starting a new book, but I thought I might even do a video just looking at what's in here, the stuff I do with this book.
I would love to see that.
It'd be kind of fun, just brainstorming ideas and random writings and drawings and doodlings and all that stuff. My microphone mount is in the way up here. Let's see.
It would be great, Joe. It would be great because you have such a creative mind.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to have this idea that you had to put sketches in one kind of book and writings in another book. And finally, I think it was mainly through my friend Ethan, just put it all in the same book and make it kind of a very interesting hodgepodge of like technical drawings and just personal thoughts and sketches and, photos and stuff like that. Just throw it all together and it makes it kind of fun. So it's like a snapshot of what I was thinking about creatively during this time period.
Yeah, that's great.
And the new book is one that I had made. It's a stitched bound book, and my friend Ethan figured out how to do these and taught me. And it uses this 32-pound laser paper that he got a whole bunch of reams of this stuff, which works pretty good for fountain pen and roller ball or gel pens and pencil sketchings and all that. So that's my new book here. So
Nice.
we'll see how long that takes to fill up.
Yeah.
And then I guess I should also show off. Let's see, this camera is very bad. This is a 3D printed ballpoint pen. It's actually a gel pen. The shape of it is loosely based on a Pilot Plumix fountain pen, kind of the way the curve is, but it was 3D printed by my friend Ethan, and it has a clicker, which is just two pieces of plastic. It's like a little cylinder piece, and then there's a little plastic spring that has the button that goes like that. And then I have another one here that it's the same kind of mechanism, but we sanded down the plastic, kind of polished it with some really fine sandpaper to make it more of a smooth style grip. And we're using a mechanical pencil clip on it. So this one is a blue roller ball, and this one's black. And then this I really like. This is a mechanical pencil that has a 3D printed body. And what's nice about it is the grip is knurled. See this knurling?
Yeah,
And so you can't get plastic knurling injection molded because it won't release from the mold. So nobody's ever made a plastic knurled grip mechanical pencil commercially. But anyway, this is kind of a cool little pencil. This is a kind of a short one. He makes longer ones. You can pick your color, different diameters. This is I think 9mm diameter grip. And he's using just the guts out of a Pentel mechanical pencil. So anyways, it's kind of fun to have your own custom made pens and pencils. And if you didn't know, this is a Pilot Plumix. So I mentioned earlier, it's a little $15 fountain pen, uses a cartridge, and it has a stub nib. So it's like semi-italic, and it gives you that thick, thin line weight. And it kind of really works well for smoothing out my jittery handwriting. So that's the pen I usually use. And I'm refilling the cartridge with a syringe using copper colored ink with a little bit of blue black. So I have my kind of own custom color with it. So
And
anyways.
that's an O-ring you have on the grip there?
Oh yeah, that was just a little O-ring, and for some reason I found it and I stuck it on there, and I kind of like the way it feels. It kind of helps me choke up on the O-ring and
Yeah.
presets my writing position. Yeah, that's kind of silly. Actually, what happened is I originally had the O-ring on the base of the threads, thinking that at one point I was going to try filling the entire body tube up with ink, and in which case you would need an O-ring to seal it. But I never got that brave because I knew what would happen, right? Obviously, it would leak all over, so I never did that. But
Yeah.
common sense prevailed finally.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I've heard that some people test that out with water. Rather
That's a good idea. Rather than, blue ink on your favorite shirt,
Exactly.
Yeah, so nothing really special going on. My friend Kevin, him and his wife are on the road on a car trip, and they stopped in, I think yesterday, they stopped in to Diane's place up in Southern Illinois and spent the day with her. And so that was kind of cool. And I believe that she gave them some typewriters to bring down here to Albuquerque for John Lewis to work on. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yep. So that's about it. I'm going to try to type up a little one pager this morning on my Underwood
Nice.
bank
Very
and see what happens. Yes.
Excellent.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting.
Of course. Neil, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Excellent.
Been on a little bit of a buying spree the last week or so. So went through a lull where I wasn't doing anything, and then I found some machines that I've been looking for some time. So I bit the bullet and bought them. I've got only received two. One of them is this machine needs some work. You never know. This particular one was will online, but it's got an issue. Hopefully it's nothing serious. I just opened this yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to really look at it. But there's a the cord for the carriage return is hanging out the back. So I'm hoping it doesn't appear to be broken. So I don't know if it just came off the hook, or hopefully it's not an issue with the spring. But and then there's some on this side. You can see there's an issue here with the basically this metal is pretty flimsy on these, as a lot of you guys know. But I think it's going to be need some reshaping. But
Yeah.
other than that, it appears to be in pretty decent shape. So there was that one. Again, hopefully it's not a major issue mechanically. And the other one, again, it was funny because I don't know, I haven't been on for, I think, the last 3 weeks, but I think it may have been last week I watched the recording. Diane was showing her, I don't know if it was last week or the week before maybe, but anyway, I've been wanting one of these for a long time, and there's so many out there, but a lot of them are really, really rough condition. So I waited and found this one again on Goodwill. I think it's a blur after a while. I think this was like 40. It probably cost more to ship it, I'm sure, than it did to buy it. It was about $40, but it's in really good shape.
It looks like it.
They must have made millions of these because they seem to be everywhere.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
As I said, a lot of them are pretty beat up. It's obviously dirty, but what was interesting about this one is it came in a case, and the case didn't look like it was in that great a condition. Well, when it arrived, I was pleasantly surprised, and it's got. I wish I knew who.
Oh, the initials.
But yeah, it wasn't like they were just written on there with a Sharpie. Somebody took some time.
Yeah.
I don't know how they got on there, but
Like gold foil maybe, or?
yeah, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
My camera's probably one of the worst on here, but that's it. But it's in really good shape. So that was a plus. And it also had in this tattered envelope, it had a nice boy, my light is horrible. Anyway, it has a nice manual. The manual's in really, so it's always nice to have.
Definitely, yeah. Those are always a bonus when those are included.
Yeah, there was no mention of it, so it was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
So those are my two. I've got I justify it, I guess, by saying I've been looking for this particular one forever, but whatever, it showed up the other day, and I've never had one, so I don't know what to anticipate. But it's it's a Royal Safari, probably early 70s, I'm guessing, somewhere in there, not really sure, but it's that blue and cream color one that they but again, usually when I find those, they're really, really bad shape or terribly expensive. And I don't know why maybe there's a problem with it that I'm not aware of. Maybe I'll be surprised when I get it, but it looks to be in really good shape. And I paid $13 for it.
Oh, wow. That's
know,
great.
Not a big investment, but
Yeah.
the big one that I'm really waiting for, excited about, is and I did pay for this one, but I finally found a nice Voss that
Ah,
the other night. So then they're probably going to be another week or so to arrive, but I've
yeah.
been in communication with them about asking them to really, really pack it well, and even told them if there's additional charges, just that's not a problem. I just want to make sure it gets here.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, I will say that at one point I had a Singer T62, which was actually, just a rebranded Royal Safari. So it had what I described as like a bowl shape to the
Yes.
keyboard area.
Exactly.
Now, it felt wonderful to type on, but the way I type, because I type with two fingers and I kind of splay out my fingers, my pinkies were always hitting the edges of the bowl. So for me, it did not work. So I was like, this isn't gonna work. But it typed great though. So I think you're gonna love yours, definitely.
Well, we'll see. Again, that bowl shape you described, that's a good description, because it always looks like it's so welcoming. It just wants to hold your hands in there.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. It's but like I said, I don't know what sometimes it's the timing. Maybe it was late. I work nights, so which is dangerous when there's nothing going on at work, because I can look at the sites. But for $13.99, I didn't put out a whole lot of expense. So anyway, it's always fun to anticipation of receiving the big package and opening it. So we'll see. But the Voss is the one that I'm really excited about. So we'll hopefully that one arrives in good condition. But
yeah.
I agree. I was going to say that I exactly know what you're talking about with that Royal Safari. And also their Quiet Deluxe, right? Because the back panel is so close to the back row keys. If you kind of stick your fingers out like that,
exactly.
You hit it,
Yeah. I have run into that as well. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that I should just go like this instead, but
yeah.
But it's, I don't know.
I find that for some reason, it depends on the machine, I guess, but I'm either, well, you've talked about this before, everyone, about the Smith Corona Type Bar Electric, the Series 5. I have two of those, and I think somebody a week or so ago said that they type faster than you. I can't even think to type that fast. I just grabs the hold and it takes off on me sometimes. But so that's the one extreme. But on the manuals, I find that I have to kind of get in the cadence, if that's the correct word, and depending on what type of ribbon I'm using. Oftentimes I find myself going back to like 4-finger typing and trying to be cognizant of how, I guess you don't really think about it, but you do. It comes after a while about how hard you make to get the impression you're looking for on the paper that you're using, the ribbon, all those factors. But
yes.
So
yeah, definitely. Excellent. Christoph, how are things coming along with you? You've been working hard at it for a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the problem on the carriage, but I found some interesting parts inside the carriage. As Daniel says, yes, the button on the side makes the carriage free. That's okay. I think I have to check the carriage because I don't know. For the moment, I search. I think I will. And we will have some storm here.
Oh.
I think I will. I will cut the connection soon. No, I'm searching. I'm taking a look.
Yeah. I think sometimes that's just what you have to do. You have to just look at it, and it's like a puzzle, really.
To be calm and quiet.
Yes, that's where I run into problems.
So,
Uh,
one of the things that I just thought about, I hadn't thought about that before, Christophe, is that the escapement, it should turn freely one way, but not the other way, right? So the escapement, if it turns freely in both ways, there might also be something with the escapement there. So if you use your finger to just move the escapement on the machine, on the base,
On the machine, the escape.
L'échappement.
Yeah, escape. Where was?
Le pignon.
Yeah. Here.
Ouais. Yes, that's it. So it should turn freely one way, but not the other way. Like if you turn clockwise, it should block, and then the other way.
oh,
Yeah, that's not good.
Ah.
yeah, that would make sense.
So
You think it's broken somewhere?
yeah, something. I hesitate to say broken. I don't like to say broken until everything is clean and all of the little levers are free to move. So I'm not sure.
Why not? Up.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I click on the space bar, it's blocked. I asked to Jacques from the Swiss museum.
Yeah.
And he said there's this ring turn with the carriage tension. That and you said it's not normal that it's turned free.
I think it should be free one way and then not the other.
Okay.
I'm tempted to remove the carriage on mine. I have my Hermes right here.
I have a small part here. Just here. Just and this one lock the ring
Oh yeah.
up. No, it's locked. But okay, no, it's locked. But I don't know. I will check. I will check it later, I think.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I don't work. I will.
Yeah, you'll have more
I
time.
will check it. Be calm and with
Yes.
a little bit of music.
Nice calm music.
And really wash that area with a solvent that might remove the old grease and free up.
I have grease. I have no grease. I have oil. It's from.
Non, mais il faut enlever l'huile. Il faut
faut enlever. Okay, to clean
un
oil.
solvant,
Okay.
un solvant pour nettoyer la machine avant de huiler.
D'accord. Ok.
Ouais. It can be frustrating, but when you find a solution, you will be very, very happy.
Yeah. I think.
And it looks like you're getting close to a solution too. You've identified, what the possible issue is.
And I'm very surprising by the ribbon because As you can see, it's Hermes. It's
Mhm.
I think it's
Wow.
original one, and it's always wet, not dry,
Wow.
wet. Yes.
It's still wet.
I tried it.
Mhm.
Not okay.
So
Well,
it's a
I
new
will.
ribbon. It's a new ribbon. It's like something. Anyway, like that's why I say I don't like to say something is broken until we are sure that everything is moving freely.
I don't think the machine felt somewhere or no was was um, was
Damaged?
used by brutality or something
Yeah.
because I
Okay.
don't have broken parts. I don't
Mhm.
have on the body. I don't have. Look, it's always very very good shape.
Mhm.
Everything is very clean. Everything is very. I don't think this machine get very hard shocks or hard movements. It just, I think, as Gregory said, it's a little problem with big with a little solution, and I drove Russian cars, and we had the same problem with Renault French cars. Sometimes you have very big problems, but the solution is very simple. But the entire car seems broken, but the solution was very simply and very easy to fix.
Yeah. Hopefully that's the case.
Yeah, I hope. No, it's not in bad condition, and in the fridge thrift shop they had another Hermes 1975 or 77 Hermes 3000, the
Ah.
over model of this,
Mm.
the more recent Hermes. They had a more recent Hermes. I think I will purchase it next month because I will have above the 60s Hermes and the 70s Hermes. It will be cool. Okay, I will continue to check my work.
Okay. All right, but you're making progress, so that's a good thing, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
I hope. I hope. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Bob, how are you doing?
Let me unmute. That always works. Howdy, howdy. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, yes.
I was just going to take a look at all the good people in here. This place has gotten so popular.
Of course.
I may not get to know everybody. Of course is agreed. Oh, I'm just fine. I've been so busy getting machines out lately and having a good time. I realized it'd been a few Sundays since I've gotten to click on, as they say. So as soon as I woke up and showered this morning, I clicked on just to
Nice.
see how it's all going. But no, I'm doing fine. I actually ended up selling out of typewriters. When was that? 2 weeks ago. So I've got a few standards left, which is nice. But the repairs have been a lot, which is nice. I just have to kind of keep at it and have a good time with it. But it sure is a beautiful day here in River. But I really enjoy Gregory's new format. I feel like I don't have to listen to the entire Sunday morning. I can just click on the podcast and enjoy. So
Yeah.
all the cool stuff that he's put out. So I very much enjoy that. But yeah, I had to rearrange my shop, and I don't know what I was thinking. It always works out that anytime you move a shop around, it doesn't work to just set it up. What works is you have to move things around how you think you want it, and then just expect that for every hour of work you do, you're going to spend another hour moving stuff around for a while. So that's really played into it. But I got a new part storage cabinet that I'm really in love with.
it says Imperial on it. I haven't figured out what it used to be. I suspect maybe it used to be some type of automotive application. The drawers are 4 inches by 4 inches, and then they're 8 inches long. So I really can't fit Platens in there, but a container from extra Platen, so that helps. So just, trying to move back in the garage, make sure I'm efficient in all the things that I do. I moved my lathe. My lathe used to be outside. I moved it to the inside, which really helps. I actually cocked it on its side and turned it upside down, put it upside down so I can really have a good time with all the rubber and all the Platens that I get to redo.
Oh, we're getting a bad connection with you, Bob.
So that's been fun, just things, man, just rock. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that stinks. There's always a bad connection.
I know.
How about now? Is that any better?
It remains to be seen.
No, it's freezing.
Yeah, you're still freezing.
Crap. Sorry. Yeah, I really miss the old plug-in connections that these computers used to have.
I know, Ethernet, yeah.
I'm gonna have to get more plug connections. But no, I was just saying I moved my good stuff. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Let's see. Ken, how are you doing? You're muted.
Yeah, been on the bike too long. Just got off of a ride, but yeah, we're doing good. We've got a few projects. I saw Hermes. Somebody was selling for, I think, 500. He found it and was flipping it, but it had a ribbon selector on it, which I thought was interesting. I'd never seen a Hermes rocket with a ribbon selector. So I'm speaking to some of my mechanic guys. We've got some guys that are hot riders, pro street guys. And I'd really like to see if there's a way to put a lever in there to raise that vibrator up to retro fit. And I don't know if that's sacrilege or what. I mean, they made 1,000, they made hundreds of rockets. So I don't know if I'm treading on sacred ground, but I'd really like to see if there's a way to make that vibrator, put a lever on that to move it up to use that bottom part of the ribbon. And
yeah.
It might be futile, but we'll see. Those guys were all excited about it. They're looking for a project. So,
oh, there you go.
Typewriters out of their comfort zone or their wheelhouse, I guess. But we'll see how that works. I'm also working with a typospheric ethical issue on a Hermes. I got a Hermes 3000, a second one, because my first one had an escapement issue that I haven't been able to resolve. And this one had been dropped, but the back part of the where the ribbon is for the carriage or for the margins, the back part of the carriage was dented in, and the top cover of the type bars has a nick in it. And I'm thinking, okay, I've got a Hermes that's in pristine, except for the escapement. Is it ethically right to take that part off and put it on the one that actually works? And I don't know. And again, they've got so many 3000s. It's really not like an Olympia robust where there's just a few of them around with the German keyboards and all. I mean, it's pretty generic. It's elite type. So probably a non-issue.
Elite?
What's that?
Are they both elite?
Yeah, they're both, and actually they're both 1964, which is kind of weird.
Oh, okay, because you don't, sometimes the escapements might be, one for a pica might not work with the elite.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, fortunately, maybe they're the same, almost identical. One's cosmetic issues and the other one's an escapement issue. So I think it's probably a non-issue. I just agonize over messing up crossing all that, but probably no big deal. But
are are they consecutive serial numbers? Now that would be something.
No, I did check that, and they're not.
Yeah.
And I almost had Olympia, a robust was for sale, but my wife runs an event menu with weddings or an event center. And I saw it pop up. Somebody texted me and said, "Hey, I've got this for sale." And I'd always been looking for a German Olympia. And I got some glares when I was texting during a wedding. And I thought, so I missed that one.
Oh,
Like, I missed it, but that's fine. At least it went to a good home, hopefully a museum, because it had the SS ruins on there above the number 5. So
yeah,
hopefully it went to a good place that can remember history and
yeah.
repeat it and all that. But yeah, that's about it. Diana, you're from Southern Illinois. Somebody mentioned you were.
Yeah,
I went. That's where I was raised, Central and Southern. But you know where Heron is? Heron, Illinois, or Marion?
I've heard of it. I'm not sure where it is on the map. I'd have to pull it up.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's around. It's east of Carbondale. So.
Oh, okay. It's further south.
Oh, you're up
I'm-
around Mount Vernon, maybe?
No, I'm up near St. Louis.
Oh, okay. All right. Around
I'm in that
Alton,
metropolitan area.
Okay, okay. That's good. Yeah. I should have recognized your non-accent, but I always say we don't have an accent there, but
I don't know. I never thought I had an accent, but then again, I've been told I don't sound like an American. So
Oh,
There you
by
go.
somebody in England.
oh wow. Interesting.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's about it. I did find an interesting thing from I follow a C.S. Lewis group, and a guy had typed up one of the books that he wrote, which really spoke about hobbies and how we sometimes hold on to things and want to protect, want to not hoard, but get a lot of typewriters and not pass it on. And it was weird because it was actually typed up and he took a picture of it. So that kind of hit home. It's like, yeah, I need to watch the collecting and make sure we fix them and push them on. I think like Joe Van Cleve was talking about is
Yeah.
if it brings you joy, that's fine. But if it doesn't, give it to somebody who would like it. So
Exactly.
I just thought, man, that was appropriate that it was actually typed and he put it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Kind of the two worlds colliding. It's like, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Take attention, pay attention to that one.
Yeah. It's kind of funny as you were talking about that. My mind is always thinking of things, and that's part of my problem. But as you were talking, my mind started thinking about what a person would have to go through to make a forgery of like a famous manuscript. Yeah. Because I was thinking, specifically, I was thinking of like C.S. Lewis. Maybe you could find like images from one of his manuscripts, and then find like a very similar typewriter, and then look and see like what mistakes were made. And I was thinking all that as you were speaking.
Well, it's weird that this week is the International Medieval Symposium up in, I think it's Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's weird that it's there, but it's like the world event. And they're doing a book on Sir Galahad, the Lost Tales of Sir Galahad. And I'm thinking, if somebody really wanted to do that, put a book together the old way, the printing press, the old, and ran over it a few times, put some made it old looking. In 200 years from now, if that book's still around, people would almost think that's actually the tales. That those were actually happening. But
Yeah.
it'd be kind of deceptive to do that. But it'd be
Oh
kind
yeah.
of,
You know, Gregory, I was thinking a similar thing. I was thinking about some of these famous government documents from the middle of the 20th century. You've probably seen, you know, FBI reports about some famous case or whatever, and it would be fun just to type those up. Like find a typewriter with the same typeface and just try to type them in the same style, the same, you know, columns and tabs and everything,
Yeah.
just to make it look like recreate it, not for the sake of
Exactly.
forging, but just for the
Yeah.
sake of recreating, you know, what it would be like even like questionable documents, like if you've ever heard of the MJ12 documents,
No.
right?
Majestic
You know,
12.
Yeah.
Never
Those
heard
are
of
all
it.
faked, I'm sure, but it would be fun to type those up and just to see, you know, what kind of machine did they use, you know?
Yeah.
With congressional or senatorial font. Is that what they call it? Yeah.
Probably, yeah, something like that.
It'd be fun.
Excellent. All right. And is there anything else new with you, Ken?
No, that's I think I've overshared, but yeah, that
Excellent. Well, as always, thank you for being here. All right. Diane, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
Excellent. We already saw one of your cats, and your cat did some cat typing. You hear the boop, 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 boop.
Oh, is that audible on your end?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had that during a meeting last week, and it's like, seriously, cats? They left me alone all day. And of course, when I got the headset on, I'm looking at the screen, blip, blip, blip. It's like, ooh.
Oh, that's funny. So what have you been up to?
What have I been up to? I have not really, actually, I had a visit from Kevin Kittle on the other night, and his wife. They are touring throughout the country, and they stopped by here, and we had some typewriter talk, and we went out to dinner, and we went back to his vehicle for a little while to just, you know, for a little after dinner chat, and he pulled out his Royal P Vogue, and that was neat to see. I have a type sample on the back of a receipt, no less, you know.
That's Joe Van Cleve style.
Yeah, it was, because it's like I'm rooting around in my purse and there's no paper. Oh yeah, I got this receipt. Oh, it's blank. So I handed it to me, put it right through, and the machine is in great shape. The next morning he came back before they left to head off to their next destination, and he's transporting some of my typewriters back to Albuquerque so I can give John Lewis some more work.
Nice.
I'm sure he won't be overly thrilled, but but I appreciate it, because it's just like, you know, well, anyway.
Now, having seen Kevin Kittle several times in Joe's videos, he seems like a really cool guy and like easy to talk to.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, definitely. He is fun to be with.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's been a typewriter guy since before there was ever the typewriter revolution. He was probably collecting typewriters in the 80s and 90s before everybody else got started.
So he must have some pretty good things in his collection.
Well, yeah, but he's, you know, he was, I guess his parents and then his wife's family, they worked at a print shop in this little town in California where they lived. Actually, I can't remember the name of it now, but anyways, Eastern California near Death Valley, that kind of part of California. Anyways, yeah, they worked at a print shop when they were young, so they kind of knew a lot about basic printing business kind of thing. So typewriters were nothing special to them in a sense, you know. And then Kevin worked for the FAA as a career, and he used I think an IBM Wheelwriter for a lot of years in his business, so he really liked those.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, he obtained, or meaning I gave him, my Olympia SG3 kind of in payment for transporting the rest of my stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
Smuggling typewriters to Albuquerque.
Yep, smuggling typewriters to Albuquerque. and possibly back again. That's
Yeah.
Hopefully so.
yeah. Yeah, one of my cats had his 10th birthday on Friday. And he's the one that you usually see walking back and forth and stepping on the keyboard. His nickname is Typo Kitty.
That's very appropriate.
It really is. I think the only other thing that's new is I took a night photography workshop.
Ooh.
Not sure I can really apply anything tonight. There's a lunar eclipse here tonight. So it was, of course, yeah, let's do this the day before. But no, I got some information. So that's nice. And it's actually supposed to be decent weather for viewing tonight. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you're able to get something out of it.
Well, even if I just walk outside and look up, that'll
Exactly.
be good. I don't know if I'll get any pictures or not. I don't think I'm that ready for it, but
Okay. Excellent. Well, it is good to see you, Diane.
oh yeah, and Chris McElroy, I did receive your letter. Yeah, Christopher McElroy. He's there, or you're there. Yeah.
I think your
Diane?
audio's not working.
Oh, yeah,
Diane, did you get mine?
I did, Roger. It was a
Okay.
postcard, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Thank
was
you.
another one of Illinois. I seem to get to know a lot of people there.
And you know what? I was born in Illinois, so there you go.
Another one. I was just messaging friends from near Chicago. That's where I know
Oh.
most people. So
Yeah, we don't consider Cook County part of Illinois. But that's
yeah,
There you
is
go.
it Cook County or Crook County?
yeah, for Wheaton College. Wheaton College is okay. The rest
Okay.
that's where the wardrobe for Lion Witch and the Wardrobe is up at Wheaton College.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the library
Yeah.
up there. If you ever get a chance, it's a Tolkien. They've got Tolkien's desk, C.S. Lewis's desk, the wardrobe.
That's cool, but
Garfield.
I don't think I'll be able to make it anytime soon. Last time was 2013.
Oh,
There you go.
So,
Uh,
but it's fun to have a pen pal there again, I hope.
of course, yeah. The more the merrier, right?
Yeah.
Good morning, all.
On everything, so
Well, actually, I'm writing a fountain pen letter to Illinois, I believe. I'm going to check it for a moment. Hang on.
I have a pencil pal. to
Crystal
write.
Lake, Illinois.
I'm not sure where that is.
Crystal Lake, isn't that
Jason from Friday the 13th.
Yeah,
Gregory.
yeah.
That's what you were gonna say.
I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
it's not
Crystal
too
Lake.
far from Elgin.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
up north.
Yeah, to the right is what I'm
Yeah.
thinking of from where I'm from.
Yeah. I'm most familiar with Mount Prospect, just northwest of Chicago.
Yeah, I used to work there.
Oh, really?
Oh.
I'm from
Nice.
Chicago originally.
Oh, also.
Yep, another
That's
one.
nice. Yeah, another one. I think I'm about 20 people from there now.
Oh wow.
I'm nowhere near Chicago.
Yeah.
Good for you.
You're up, Diane. You're up by me, aren't you?
No,
over here.
I'm near St. Louis.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
was thinking you were in Oregon.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
I don't get
No,
on here often
whenever I
enough.
say, whenever I say Southwestern Illinois, whenever I say Illinois, people instantly think Chicago. No,
Yeah.
no.
Well,
There's
I
much
well,
usually
more.
say-
another coincidence. I was talking earlier with someone who lives in is it Missouri?
Yes.
Yeah, she's from that area. She works in what's the town again? The city?
St.
St.
Louis?
Louis.
St. Paul, Minnesota. Yeah.
St. Paul is Minnesota, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just across the border with the arch. Or am I mistaken? Gateway to the west.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's St. Louis, Missouri. St.
Oh.
Paul is in Minnesota, way up north.
Okay, then I'm wrong. My
That's okay.
geography is a little bit off.
That's okay.
It's okay.
yeah, there's East St. Louis is part of Illinois, but the good part of St. Louis is kind of on the other side across the
Yeah.
Mississippi.
I like how
It's
we
like-
were,
It's
Yeah.
like Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas, right?
That's right.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
yeah, that makes no sense. Has anyone else figured out that my mom's family's from Missouri?
Missouri.
You say
Exactly.
Missouri, yeah, yeah.
And my wife's mom is from Missouri.
Right. Yeah, that's why I just have to, if I relax on it too much, it gets to be too much and people can hear my accent. Diane, you were talking about accents earlier, but it'll definitely extrude itself. And it took me a long time to figure out at the end of the day, we're all going to have accents like our moms. And so hearing me and all my siblings walking around, born and raised here in Riverside, California, talking like we're from Independence, Missouri. Even my mom's been able to lighten up on it lately, which is really nice. But boy, when we were kids, everything, and not the popular part of Independence. So I don't think my great grandparents were on the side that won. They were James supporters and everything else. So I'm glad we've come a long way since then. But
Yeah.
anytime I tell people I live in California, they think I live in San Francisco. So I've learned to tell people I live in Southern California, but then they think I live next to a movie star. So,
Yeah, we're nowhere near movie stars.
Yeah.
well, Riverside, Etta James, she's from Riverside.
There you go. There you go.
That's about. We got
Yeah.
a few cool things in Riverside.
Oh yeah.
I'm
No.
not familiar with her. I'd
A lot
have
of
to look her
baseball
up.
players. I
Yeah.
just tell people I'm the movie star, and then watch them frantically IMDb me and see what they can pop up with.
If anybody says they're from Illinois, that's not true. There's
Exactly.
no
Right.
noise in Illinois unless you go up to Cook County, but that's,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, There's Missouri and Missouri. And
That's right.
I'm of the Missouri and Bob is of the Missouri.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I thought it was like Arkansas. It looks one way and you just say it a different way. And don't get me wrong, my mom's dad lived in Kansas City, Missouri, but his shop was in Kansas City, Kansas. I don't know if there's a tax thing going on with that. He just passed away a handful of years ago. He owned Spico. They manufactured, invented, made all the speakers that you hang on your car and drive in movie theaters. So he was that guy back in the day.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they just, obviously nobody goes to the movie. And I remember him telling me, 30 years ago, Bobby, they're building too many movie theaters and not enough drive-ins and blah, blah, blah. And so he was going out of business then. But yeah, they finally sold the building 5 or 6 years ago. And when I was a kid, I looked this building up the other day. When I was a kid, this building was gigantic. It had 2.5 stories. It had that middle story in the middle that was like 4.5 feet tall where you could store things. And then, anyway, it's not very big at all. It's only like 18,000 square feet or something terribly small. But when I was a little guy, the thing was gigantic. Go figure. Yeah, that's where they were making all the Spico hanging speakers. I don't have one. I wish I would. And every time I see them, they're $400 these days or something crazy.
Wow.
Not that I have anything to plug it into, but wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, Spico speakers. Anyways, geography is really funny like that. And sometimes it doesn't matter where you are. It really matters where you came from, and there's just nothing to be done about that. I mentioned earlier how much I miss Joe Van Cleve's porch. He's out on his front porch.
He's out on his porch now.
Yeah.
It was so much fun hanging out with you on there, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
And I meant to get to you last month, but I ended up not traveling to your area last month like I thought I was. I was going to.
Well, that's all right, but it's anytime you come by, give me a holler.
Yeah, well, you're getting ready to retire in a year or so, right?
Yes, at the end of the year. I'm going to work 1 week into the next year so that I get 30 days of additional health care from my employer, and I get all the bonuses from my employer for the year.
Work it.
Yeah. So, exactly.
Well, I'm really excited for you, Joe. I know how hard you work, and I'm really jealous, of course, as well. People say they're excited when people retire. Really, we're just jealous.
It's jealousy. I know.
It'll be really
People at
exciting
work
to see what you get to do.
I know people at work ask me, well, so what are you going to do when you're retiring? I'm going to do everything.
Yeah.
I mean, everything I can't do because I have to work.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll be exciting to see.
Yeah.
It'll be exciting to see how cool, how much cooler your YouTube channel gets and everything in between. No reservation, of course. Do whatever you want, but
Don't put the pressure on. But no. Well, I don't know. There's only so much coolness that this old guy can have. So I don't know. But I hope to be able to put out more videos, certainly, and maybe a wider variety of content.
Now, Joe, I do have a question for you. Other than your YouTube channel, are there things you're looking forward to doing in your retirement?
I think the big thing I want to do is to prioritize getting back into a little bit better physical shape, mainly like a lot of walking, maybe some bicycling. I don't seem to, my work days are so long, I don't have time for that on work days. And then weekends are like the first day, like today is like recuperating from work. So it would be nice to build that into my life, that I can prioritize more, getting back into shape a little bit better. And of course, people remind me that round is a shape, but
yeah, Joe, with all due respect, I think you're in better shape than I am. So good for you, man. You're halfway, you're almost all the way there.
Yeah.
So.
As he's smoking a cigar,
I know.
Yeah, he said, yeah, I'd like to really get back into shape. Anyways, I don't know. I'd like to do some traveling, but we're going to be on a, like any retired person on a, constant income, a steady income. So we want to do that thriftily. But my friend Kevin has been talking about maybe him and I doing some road trips, just go out to drive the little highways and byways of the West and take typewriters and find places to sit down and type and take pictures and maybe shoot video on the road. That would be a lot of fun.
Come to Portland.
Yes, I love Portland. I spent 9 months up there back about in the early 2000s, and I absolutely loved it.
Well, you're welcome to come visit. For sure.
Definitely. Yeah, I remember visiting, let's see, what is the one typewriter shop that's been there a long time?
Ace.
Yeah, Ace Typewriter.
Ace.
Yeah, I remember.
And there's Pacific too, but I like Ace better.
Yeah, and then I think when we went there, down the street from Ace was this little food truck lot where they have like permanent food trucks set up, including one that was like a brewery, with outdoor seating, and then a coffee shop truck, and then foods of different kinds. And that was just great to hang out and, set up a typewriter. And then if you want a cup of coffee, there's the coffee truck. If you want a beer, there's the brewery, and food. Yeah, that was fun.
I think we're the city with the most food pods. You call them food pods?
Food pods.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I really enjoyed the Max, the light rail, when I was there. And I would put a camera, an umbrella in my backpack, a sketchbook, walk from my apartment down to the Max station, ride the Max into downtown, and spend all day on weekends hanging out and walking around and, going to Powell's Books.
Oh, yeah.
The bookstore, and then, all that stuff. It was just a lot of fun. A lot of quality of life.
Yeah. Did you go to Portland
Tony's there with
Saturday Market?
Typespace now.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
that's
what?
okay. I was just saying Tony's in Portland now with space. I could live in his space. His space is
Oh,
really
yeah,
nice.
definitely.
That's where I'm apprenticing with him for repair.
Oh,
So I'm
Oh.
in there a lot.
Very cool.
And
Well, you're probably are
Joe-
you hanging out with Mark more than Tony, or
no, because Mark's there on Thursdays. And I
Right,
bought
just
one of
Thursday.
my first typewriters from Mark, but he's there on Thursdays. I either come in on a Monday or a Friday. And he's got me
Okay.
working on my own typewriters because he says, I'm not going to give you my investments to work on. But that way, he says, the benefit is that you don't have to wait for me to clean your typewriter.
That's right. And
so,
you get some value out of it, out of not only
Oh,
learning
I've
how to do it, but
started-
you get machines
Yep.
get fixed. Yeah.
I've
That's a great
started
idea.
collecting tools. I've got my dental picks. I've got my 3-in-1. And the rest, I used to work on all my own cars and motorcycles. So I had asked if you ever go down to Portland Saturday Market when you've been here.
Yes. Oh, yes.
That's
I
my
did.
office.
I enjoyed it. Oh, is
That's
it?
home office for me.
You,
And
you know,
I'm
this
an
is
artist.
funny. I don't know if you remember this, but there was a craftsperson, an artist who carved wooden shoes, the Dutch style wooden
Oh,
shoes. And
Yeah,
you
he's
would,
not there anymore.
he would measure your feet, and then you would come back like a month later or whatever, and he would have your shoes ready. And I almost did that, but I didn't.
That was years ago.
I
You should
know.
have, Joe.
Huh?
You really
married to
should
one of the-
have.
Oh, I know.
I had that same experience, but it was over in the Netherlands,
Oh,
and
yes.
at one of these places with the big old windmills, and that they made their shoes, and yeah, I had a pair of shoes made, and I.
So
still
were
have-
they comfortable? Were they yeah.
They obviously I couldn't do a buttload of walking, but yeah, at the time I could walk. I mean, I was 18 at the time, so
Yeah. No, I really
They're
liked
made for-
the Saturday market there. Was really a lot of fun.
It's changed a lot if you haven't been there in the last
Yeah.
20 years.
Right. It's been
And
20
I've
years.
been there. I've been there since about 1990.
Hmm.
So going through in between traveling, but yeah, and I was going to say, as an artist, I'm used to doing things like applying henna, making jewelry. So it's kind of like somebody said, well, why are you bothering learning how to work on a typewriter? That seems like extraneous with everything you've got. But it feels really good to have like the tools in my hand again, and not having to create the art, but working on something that's already artistic that just needs some
Oh, yes.
tweaking and some cleaning. It's
Oh, yes.
a whole different thought process.
I'm sure
like
Bob
math.
would agree with us, but that, there is some kind of an intrinsic artistic nature to intricate mechanical objects.
For some of us.
I mean, in the sense of like, in the overall sense of, if you think about Leonardo da Vinci sketching all those complicated ideas for mechanical devices, and that was like combining art with science in a sense, right? Because back then we didn't have the arts and sciences weren't divided up into separate categories. If you could be an artisan and a scientist in one person back in Da Vinci's era. And that there's kind of an element of that when you see elegantly designed and made devices like typewriters.
It's like architecture.
It
because
is, yes,
brings in
exactly.
the form and function, but it has to be pleasing.
Yes, exactly. That's a great analogy. Yeah, it really is. So, and then of course the art of fixing them, right, of maintaining them is another art. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For me, I've learned that I'm not very good at communicating with people what I do and how I do it. I'm just too mechanical. I think I'm a nice guy. I don't think I'm a jerk, but although Gregory might disagree. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Gregory,
You're
and
a
I are
nice jerk.
good friends. I'm a nice jerk. I just have so much issues. So I've really dove into the mana of typewriters, the recrafting of what they are and how they work. I look forward to really defining that in the next handful of years for people in general, because so many people think A equals B and B equals C. That's a very classical side of the brain way of thinking of repair, and that isn't how repair works. You have to be very romantic with it. So when I tell people things like, I've tried telling people lately, I have to build a relationship with the machine that I'm repairing, they think I'm being weird. And so I haven't got it all figured out. What I do know is, I don't know how it happened. Maybe it's just being born left-handed, but yes, I'm very fortunate that there's very little I can't repair. And I think it's because I don't look at the machine as a machine. I look at it as lots and lots of small little parts. So I'm able to take that part and dissect it. And what is that part made of? And is it rubber? Is it steel? And can I, if I have to weld it back together, do I use solder? Do I use, do I use a torch? Whatever. So I just build great relationships, not with necessarily with the machines, but the consumables thereof. And I've had a lot of people say, can you shoot a video of how you did? No, I really can't. I mean, I guess I could put a camera on and have you watch what I do, but I just don't have the ability to communicate it all yet. So lately my theme has been, how do I set myself up so I can communicate that with people? Repair is not A equals B equals. People message me all the time. How does this work? How does that work? I can't tell you what I can, I might have some memory of it, but that's just not how my brain works. So I don't know. I really give you a lot of credit, Sam. What I can tell you, Sam, is that you're going to play with typewriters very differently than someone like me. And I play with typewriters very differently than someone like Mark or someone like Tony. I know when I was up there giving that talk, when was that, last summer?
Oh,
Yeah.
I couldn't come. They wouldn't let me in. I wasn't vaccinated. And it was for only like 8 people. And I wanted to come and I wasn't allowed to. And I was bummed that I had to miss it. That was you. Darn, okay.
Yeah. No.
Darn, I really wanted to come.
Yeah, and it was very small and it was hard to work around the vax. Nobody got sick, luckily, which,
Right.
not luckily, it was by good planning because Tony's a very smart person.
Yeah, he is.
But it was the only time that I was in a room with, 2 other typewriter mechanics and Tony and Mark. It's just very odd. It's very rare. And we're all very different. And sometimes we don't get along because we do things so differently.
Yeah.
So it really is okay, to just approach it your way and have fun with it. And I've learned too, the biggest thing is I'm extremely patient with machines. I never get agitated. They're just dumb machines. It's just dumb materials doing dumb things. But people forget it. I'm no good. I can't stand people.
It's funny.
So when you were saying, Bob,
well, sorry.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, Tony and I do clash a little bit because, of course, he's the typewriter guy, and everything. And then if I go to touch it while he's trying to fight with something, he's like, Dad, don't touch anything till I tell you to touch it. But I thought it would be easier. But then he drops something. I cannot tell you how many times he loses things in there and I find them. And he thought that I had lost a screw. You got to be more careful. I said, but I would have heard it if it had fallen. He goes, don't count on that. And I'm thinking, I've been making jewelry with beads for 40 years. I know when something drops in my ear, you have a visual in your head because did it bounce? Did it roll? Did it hit a piece of metal? So you kind of know the trajectory. So I know when something drops, but he's the boss. So I learned to zip it a bit. It's good practice.
I think some people are better at finding parts like that than others. I remember that, as soon as you talk about dropping parts, the first thing I think of is the early 80s when I worked in a TV repair shop and I was working on Walkman under warranty, the little Sony Walkman tape players. And
I have one of those still.
Yeah, I remember one. I can't remember maybe it was the WM1 or whatever the original one, but there was to take apart the machine. The first thing you had to do is take the lid off, the cassette door lid. 2 screws come out, and then if you just pop it off, there's a spring and a little thing that flies off across the room. If you don't know the spring is there, right? And I can still remember to this day, down on hands and knees, sweeping up the floor with a foxtail brush and a dustpan, looking through this dust for this little tiny spring. So
Yep, I'm looking for mine. I know it's right here somewhere.
So definitely. I think what I need is like a rubber floor around my workbench with a little dam, a little berm, a little raised thing. So when it falls off the bench, it can't go too far. It will be like contained within, a certain area.
Then it'll bounce more, and so it'll bounce off.
You need something that would dampen the right. Like, I don't know. But anyways, that's funny.
I've heard a story about a guy who worked on engines, and he used to work it on the floor. He said, well, if something falls, it can't fall far down.
That's true. That's true.
And Bob, when you were earlier talking about you see typewriters as individual parts, I had this crazy thought about if you're at a cocktail party and there's a brain surgeon or like a heart surgeon and you're talking to him at the cocktail party and everybody has their drink in their hand and you're talking back and forth. And I wonder if the surgeon, when he's talking to you, isn't looking at you as a bunch of parts.
Yeah.
Like he knows what your sternum looks like and
Yep.
your skull and
Yeah.
but he's
good
not
thing-
telling you that he's thinking of you in terms of parts.
Yeah.
I
Well,
wish more tattoo artists did that when they put a tattoo on somebody, because when I do henna, even though it's usually just on the hand or on the arm, as an ex-massage therapist, yes, we see muscles, we see the structure, the bones, the flow, and they may go, well, here's where I want it. And I'll be like, well, if you notice, that'll make your arm look shorter. How about if we move it here and here's the muscle and it'll flow? And they're like, you know best. I'm like, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, I think we do, massage therapists and surgeons. I think we do definitely have that, the X-ray eye sort of thing, but only if you say it. Now I'm looking at everybody going, oh, I see your jaws moving and your eye orbitals, but not normally, unless someone's going, can you explain to me why my hands are doing this? And then, yeah, you go inward, kind of like trying to figure out why your escapement's not working.
Yeah.
You have to, like, same thing. You look, what's going on here?
Yep.
Had a lucky experience with a missing part yesterday. I got a Underwood 21 at a thrift shop, which I shouldn't have stopped at. I got it about half off. Got it home and I realized that it was missing the little screw thing that goes on the ribbon spools. It was missing one. So I noticed that it wasn't spinning and I was swearing and saying, how am I going to do that? So I looked in the case. I thought I saw it, but it was just a little tiny nut. And apparently the guy must have used that. So I put it on it threaded right onto it. And, now I got the thing working right.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
Yeah, because I don't know. I'm sure we can get these pieces, but it doesn't take the universal spool and it's going to be useless now.
Yeah.
Or sometimes you can use a short screw and then make a shoulder out of a thin piece of tubing or a couple washers stacked up that acts like that long shoulder that's on the original Olivetti nuts.
Yeah. It was a nice machine. An Olivetti 21. I'd never heard of it before, but
Yeah, it's the same as the Studio 44. I had one of them, actually the 21. Is yours the sort of the gunmetal blue and gray?
yeah, dark
Yeah.
blue on top.
Yeah.
And I have a Studio 44, so I got to pull them out and compare them. But
I think I've been told they're the same internals, the same guts. So
probably, but yeah,
that was
So
one of
what
my
was-
favorite Olivettis.
they're
Yeah.
good machines. Yeah. You said so. I looked at your 21 on YouTube last night.
So in Spain, that same model is called the Studio Deluxe. It's very common.
Oh.
And yeah, so I was corresponding with a gentleman from Spain who put it in the typewriter database as a Studio Deluxe, and I said, well, go look at the number 21, and he was surprised. He had never heard of a number 21, so it was a bit of a discovery. So,
Very cool.
Yeah.
yes, I like the design. I like it very much.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Were you going to say something, Sam?
Well, two things. First of all, Daniel, it's nice to see your face. I don't know if my mail got to you yet. I sent one back to you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Cool.
I have a problem with mail recently. Sometimes things takes weeks to go coming back and forth. So hopefully you'll receive my letter back soon, Sam. So
Oh,
nice meeting
cool.
you
I
as
just
well.
wanted to make sure. So it was a pleasure to meet you on
Yeah.
paper. I'm very close. We'll continue back and forth. And Joe, what were you typing on just now? What is that?
This is a 1930 Underwood portable. It's a 4-bank Underwood. So this was
Gotcha.
the machine right after the Underwood 3, and it has the wonderfully rusted out ribbon spool that I'll never repaint because I like the patina of that. In fact,
yeah.
I thought about shooting some clear on it just to preserve the rust look the way it is. But and I think I'm using one of those Bob Marshall spool ribbons that are really good. I think they may be Baco ribbon, but they're really nice and dark, as you can see the typing there. It's
that's
nice
very
and
dark.
dark. And that's
And
the
is it
newsprint
nylon?
paper.
What is
It's
it?
nylon. Yeah, it's nylon ribbon, but it's nicely inked. So
Excellent.
that's one of the reasons I recently got a whole big reel of the Baco ribbon, nylon ribbons, because they're nicely darkly inked. So
Yeah, I just switched. Well, I'm about to switch out my Corona ribbon because Tony and I split the shipping on a new Platen. So I just added to it so we could split the cost on my 28 Corona 4-bank. And I haven't put the new ribbon on yet. It's weird. It's the first one I've ever replaced. And it's not all janky clanky anymore. It's like, I don't know if I like it or not. I have to get used to it. It's very odd.
One thing I found about those Corona 4s is it may be the original spools might have been a little bit smaller than modern day spools, because with my Corona 4, I had a problem. If you left the ribbon covers on, right, it would intermittently not advance the ribbon because the clearance between the edge of the spool and the inside of that cover, and it maybe the shaft on that was a little eccentric and rubbing or something, but
did it bunch up? Did it start to bunch up in the middle?
It would just not advance, or sometimes it would prematurely reverse. So you were only using a center part of the ribbon pack, right? Yeah.
Well,
so and what I got to do is I just ended up taking the spools off whenever the spool covers. I would take them off whenever I started using it, which was unfortunate, but it was like a nuisance thing.
Mine kept bunching up, like they weren't hooking together right. And it was Mark Naylor. He said, make a little round of paper. And it took 2 little paper rounds and I stuck them on there, and it keeps the one from spinning too fast.
Oh yes. So it gives a little back tension. This typewriter does that a little bit on the left spool. The left spool tends to the ribbon gets a little slack. And it's something to do with the friction in there on that system, and I haven't figured it out. So, but it does have the winder, the reversing lever on the side here. You can just spin it and you can take up the slack.
Oh, I usually just spin.
Yeah.
So that's a good idea.
Yeah, but occasionally it'll start to spin too fast. And I think which one I have one of my German typewriters, the Triumph Norm 6, I think, does that. It freewheels a lot on one of the spools, so I need to probably do that trick with a little bit of friction, like a pad of paper, a little disc of paper or something, or felt or something.
I made 2 of them. I made the white one for the bottom, and then I put a black one because you can see through it, and I didn't want the white showing through the little holes because we're artistic. So but when you're working, like when I work outside typing on the street or whatever, and it's windy and it's you need to figure out what's going on, you lift it up, phew, they fly. So no, come back, I need you.
So are you a street poet, a typewriter poet?
I am. That's something. I broke my ribs last August and couldn't work the market because there was no way to load anything up and put it up and everything. And at that point, I was just buying typewriters with the idea that I might do this. And so when I finally got home, I'm waiting. I'm like, well, I need to make some money. I've lost out. I'm losing out of the last 2 months of season, which was a huge financial ding. So I took the typewriter and I stuck it in a what did I have? I think I used my Golden Shield. I didn't have this one yet. And a chair that I had bought and a tea table from Goodwill. And I set it up all with Brian Sonia Wallace in my mind.
Yes, I know exactly.
Met,
I have that book. Yeah.
He has so, and I'm rereading it actually and realizing that all these things I'm realizing now, he already realized. But so I go there and I don't want to rent poets. I made a poem about breaking my ribs. I only do it by donation. I hate poetry. I never wrote it. So I'm sitting there in front of the New Seasons grocery and I just set up and this guy comes over, hey, what are you doing here? I'm typewriting poetry. would you like a poem? Again, him, do you need a poem? I think I said, using Brian's words again. I says, I would love a poem. And in looking in the reflection in the window, it was like I split into two, because I know I saw myself there kind of doing the munch thing, like that. But my business side was like, sure, what can I do for you?
Yeah.
And,
So do you, what's your process? Do you talk to the person just a little bit to see, get a feel for what their personality is and what they might want the poem to be about?
I'm like, sure, what would you like it to be about? I ask them if it's for them or if it's a gift for somebody. And if they're like, gosh, I don't know. And then you start going, well, you give them prompts. Is there a theme? Is there something special? But you get a lot of, I want one about the future and love and hope. Those are very common ones. And I've had one had me write one for her friend who was just getting a rap song. And I'm thinking, oh, rap, I know nothing. I know everything but rap. But just then, a car came down the street blasting rap music, and an older gentleman who we chat about old history. And he had come by in between. And then the lady said, excuse me, but she's writing a poem. I have to go. And he goes, that's okay. We'll talk about history some other time. And he left. And that was the word I needed. And between that and the other, and this was a rhyming poem. And because I'm a musician, I have a sense of the timing and everything. It came out to be such a cool poem. So I don't know, something. If I sat there with a pad of paper and said, I'll write you a poem, I would not be able to do anything. Something about the typewriter is the tool. Without it, I'm miserable. With it, it just seems to flow. And I don't really have an explanation for it.
Well, someone earlier this morning was talking about typing with a certain rhythm, and there is a connection, I think, between typewriters and music. And clocks, because the escapement in your typewriter is the same kind of mechanism that a grandfather clock uses, right? With the falling weight is like the spring, and it has it oscillates back and forth like with the pendulum, so it keeps regular time. And there's actually an escapement mechanism that actually does the movement of the clock. So there is something to like typewriters being musical, like there's a 4/4 signature, whatever the signature is, right? Especially typewriters like the Royals that need a certain steady technique to not skip. They kind of, some typewriters kind of need you to be very pedantic with the cadence, in order to work better. Yeah. And so there is a connection, I think, between timing and music and typewriters.
Well, I'm a percussionist for a long time, but I do have a question to ask as far as we're talking about skipping. I have one key, the A, that skips. I've been looking and testing. It doesn't always skip. I am not hitting the space bar. I was really totally, and I don't know why it's doing it, and I'm not quite sure what to look at.
Okay, the first question I would ask with the A key, because I hear A key problems a lot, is do you touch type?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem, is your pinky finger in your left hand. You're probably right-handed, but maybe not.
I'm somewhat ambidextrous, actually.
Okay, so I have the problem with the A key, and part of the problem is, well, I'm predominantly right-handed, and the letter A is the third most frequent letter in English. And if you're right-handed, especially, you're typing it with the weakest finger of your weaker hand. And so you often don't get a good release or a good hit. And what happens with me oftentimes is I will inadvertently partially hit the shift lock key when I'm rolling on the A. And one of the typewriters that helped me with that problem was my Royal KMM, the big KMM, because its shift lock key is like halfway up toward the Q. And there's a lot of clearance between the A and the shift lock, and I don't hit it. But other machines have very crowded keyboards, and I hit that shift lock, partially hit it enough to hit the A.
Because it's only the Corona. I don't do that at any other ones.
Well, the other thing to make sure of is make sure the A key is, the type bar is moving freely. Make sure that if you, like, one of the tricks I do is I set the machine up on its back, and then I press the key slowly all the way and then release it and make sure it can return under its own spring tension back to the rest position. So just make sure it's not hanging up, but usually it's a finger thing, because you're typing the A with your pinky. You need to kind of type vertically. The stroke of the key requires, the keystroke on a typewriter is like over half an inch. It's almost 3/4 of an inch of movement. And you have to hit it straight down and release it fast.
Yeah.
And if you hit anything on the way going down, like hitting the shift lock, it'll hang up a lot of times.
Because it's inconsistent, but it's also that's the reason why, that's the one I just put the new Platen on, and why I just got my 3-in-1 and my blower thing and everything. That's the next one, because it's the one I use the most, other than my other Remington, which has a whole other different problem. But I love I work with the 1928s out there, and I love them.
Well, some typewriters are more prone to these problems than others. It may be the keyboard geometry is a little tighter together, and it doesn't require much of a difference. Like if you measure, from like edge to edge and the neighboring keys on different typewriters, to kind of get a sense of only a few millimeters of difference between a keyboard that feels big and loose and one that feels really crammed together. So it's amazing how subtle of a difference it makes,
Well, I'll check it out when I clean it, because it's got a ton of glitter and fuzz and dirt in it.
I developed my weird typing technique strictly because of my A key problem. And that is, I kind of do a touch typing with my right hand, and I do single finger index on my left. And that got rid of that problem. The only problem with that technique is you still have to look at the keyboard. It's not true touch typing. You can't just look at the paper. But anyways.
Oh yeah, I'll wander off and look at people walking by, and I'll still be finishing a sentence, because I get set up and I start typing just like, hey, it's sunny, there's not a lot of people out here, to kind of get warmed up and curse out the guy who's yelling at me across the street, or the woman who's out there. She kept telling me, get out of my house. She's across the street. I said, is she looking at me? She goes, no, she's just crazy. And she's just yelling at everybody. And she stops. And I'm like looking at her to make sure she's not coming across the street at me, but my fingers are still going. But I was trained as a secretary in high school. So
I see. Yeah, well, it could, I think it's very well a fingering technique, and it's a problem with a lot of manual typewriters, I see, or I hear of the letter A being a common problem with people.
Yeah, I'll check in. I'll be looking again when I'm probably going to go out today to see if I can do some typing. But just like, to end it, just like what Brian Sonia Wallace said, I'm getting a chill. I did not expect the cathartic effect on other people and myself. I frequently tear up when reading. I now carry Kleenexes, not for me, but for the other people, because I see people break down in tears in front of me and say, this is the most precious thing. I just did it because I had a typewriter, and I don't have a regular job. I've been self-employed, and I thought, well, this is kind of cool, and I can talk to people. It's COVID friendly, because I'm aiming actually for what I'm really aiming for are corporations, because we've got Intel and Nike, wineries, because we got a zillion wineries. Just another way to work off season and continue to pay my rent. So it became a money thing, much like he started. And the effect, and I feel like I'm doing something good for somebody other than myself. Because you come in, you want a piece of jewelry, you want a piece of henna, you're like, sure, come down, I'll do this. And they're like, here's my money, here's the henna, and it's great. They may feel good about it, or they really might not care. They just wanted something, and they might not be excited about it, and it goes away. But the piece of poetry is being framed. It's being stuck into books that are gifts for other people. They're keeping it. I have people come up and say, I met someone in San Francisco 30 years ago, and I still have it. I carry it within my wallet. And I feel like there's something more intrinsic about it, where in this world of I don't know what the word is that you say, oh, I feel like I'm doing something good in the world. There's a term for, it's not philanthropy, but I
There's a
just,
certain kind of humanism about it. You connect with another person through the power of words, you know.
but I've never, just like when I started face painting, and I was like, I added the face painting in for color, and because henna is not appropriate for little children, and there were so many henna artists, I'm like, how can I up my business? How can I create something new? So I started with the face painting, and then I've never married. I don't have kids. Suddenly I was confronted with all these snotty, bratty children sneezing in my face.
Yes.
And I'm like, I told my friends, I said, what do I do? I can't stand kids. They're like, you're in the wrong business, honey, which isn't true. But still, I haven't been face painting now since COVID.
I've thought a little bit about, I could maybe try to be a street poet. I mean, I have typewriters. I've written poetry, but I don't know. I think it's a big leap. Being able to spontaneously create and have different poems. I follow a few street poets blogs, and their styles vary widely from one poem to the other. So you have to have kind of an aptitude, I think, for poetry, maybe, to do that well. But I've always jokingly thought of myself as I would be, if you remember the TV series Seinfeld, and they had the soup Nazi, I would be the poet Nazi, like no poem for you.
No poem for you. Well, the thing is that
I would like a poetry about my dog. I'm not writing dog poems today.
I don't charge them. I ask for donations, and I can't tell you how many 20s get shoved into my thing. I get Venmoed too. I look, and someone who I thought, oh yeah, they probably won't leave me much or something, or if anything, they left me a couple bucks. And I go and I look, and I see a $30 Venmo thing. And so, considering it's now officially a business, so all my typewriters, I write them off on my business, and anything that comes in via Venmo goes into my business account. I don't know about the cash so much, but and I throw some cash in.
Well, that Hermes 3000 is a business expense. You can write it off now.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, I lost 3 different typewriters. Well, you can't lose what you've never had, but 3 of them have escaped me this week. One was a silent super on Craigslist. She had posted it, and it was, when I wrote her about 40 minutes later, already gone. The other one was a garage sale that was yesterday. I had contacted her. I can't remember what it is, but she only wanted $20 for it. And it's like, hey, Tony, it was a sterling. Tony, is this interesting to you? Because I'll pick it up. If it's in good shape, we'll work on it. I'll bring it in. He goes, yeah, I need some more $150 machines. So I got over there, and I couldn't find her address, and it was early enough. So I wrote her, where's your address? She goes, if you're coming for the typewriter, it's already gone.
Oh,
okay. So I went back to this estate sale that I saw that started an hour later, and I'm standing in line. I'm maybe number 20 in line, and talking to the girl next to me. I had no idea they had typewriters. I would have been there. I would have been waiting. So the lady next to me, she says, oh yeah, they have some typewriters. She scrolls and shows me the picture, and he's got a 1928 Corona. And so I'm standing there, because they also had another crappy looking Underwood, a big old Anchor Underwood. We're standing there. They let in people. I'm like number 7. We're standing on the stairs, and here comes this guy. He's like 80 years old, down the stairs, clutching the box. And I'm like, oh, that's my typewriter.
I know. I remember going to a Goodwill, and a person was just checking out with a burgundy SM3 Olympia for $20.
Well,
I still remember that to this day.
I got a beautiful one for $5 with a very unusual keyboard, which we went over it for a long time. Nobody quite knew. In the end, we think it was a linguistic keyboard. It could have been Finnish, but it turns out that all the random characters on there applied to like 20 different cultures. And so anyway, so I brought it into Tony, and this was early on, and he said, so what are you asking for it? After we all figured that it was worth something. I said, well, I don't know. It was in perfect shape. I could still smell all the oil. Everything worked. I don't think they needed to do anything to it. And I said, well, how about $345? because if it's a linguistics typewriter, then it's
Yeah.
worth it. I got a call about 3 weeks later. He goes, I sold your typewriter. Some guy had been looking for years for exactly that typewriter. So with the percentage, you get, what did he say? $207. Is that okay with you? I'm like, well, considering I only paid $5 for it, yeah. So
That's
that was
pretty
very
good.
exciting.
Yes,
Excellent.
Anyway,
All
I'll
right.
stop talking. I'll stop taking over.
it's fun talking with you, Tony. Thanks.
All right. Mike, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Just hanging out outside here, but yeah, things are going pretty well here. Trying to see if I can get it. I've got a addition to the house already.
Oh,
Hello.
I'm in the picture.
Woof, woof.
He's like looking at the. Yeah.
Hi.
oh, there you are.
Anyway, hard to get a good picture.
I know.
He's a puppy, but he's getting. So we took him to the vet, and they said, "Oh, look at the puppy! Oh, look at those paws." And he's getting really big. So
Oh, okay.
very short time we've had him. So,
Yeah,
but he's,
that's good to see.
he's surprisingly he's content out here for a little while. Though I think he's getting a little bored. But
Oh,
if he's bored in the house,
Friggin' weather.
Yeah. yeah.
64 degrees and cloudy in Portland.
So let's see. Good to see everybody here. And I owe you a couple of you letters, but they'll come soon. And let's see. The only typewriter news I have is I've got it's inside, so maybe I'll go get it later. I found a Remington Portable 3. And so got to work on that. Of course, it's got all the rubber it needs to be replaced. And I blew the cat hair out of it and replaced the drum. What I found interesting, and I wish I had him out here to look at it, was I had that Remington Remet, which is a 1941. The 3 is a 1930. And I realized that the Remet is a Remington 3 with parts missing. It doesn't have a bell. It doesn't have a ribbon bichrome. It doesn't have the line scale of the paper fingers. It doesn't have a carriage lock. Those things are just sort of stripped off of it. But the typewriter itself, the mechanism's completely the same. Which, maybe I'm the only one that didn't know this, but which is good because I replaced the feed rollers on the Remet, so I know when I have all the tubing or a way to do it now. So that should be pretty easy. But the only thing is I've got this Platen's pretty bad, so I'm either gonna have to cover it, which may last a little while, or just get it replaced. And now, of course, you get a discount for 2 of the same size. Well, do I want to replace 2 Platens?
Yeah.
So, but it's a fun little machine. Nothing fancy colors or anything like that.
Yeah.
I did see a nice blue one, but it was, way more expensive a while back.
Do the new Platens sort of eventually lose some of that initial bounciness as you use them? Does it slowly? It's just really weird to have one that's so bouncy, brand new. Do they mellow out a bit?
Suspect in about 50 years.
Oh, sorry?
In about 50 years, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Just wondering if they, wear in a little bit better.
Yeah, the sort of the 30, 40-year-old ones seem to be okay, but the 70 or 80-year-old ones are really hard, depending on the typewriter, of course.
Well, I just replaced mine.
Okay.
I just had it recovered or, redone. And it's very different than that hard smacking.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I like it or not, actually.
Oh.
I've never had
But
one
at
done.
least it's not punching holes in my
So
paper.
Sam, there's also this adjustment with the forward back position of the carriage to get the right impact force on the between the type bar and the Platen.
Let me go grab it. You guys talk.
Yeah, some of them are hard to find
Some of
out.
them are fixed. Some of you can't adjust, right? But
Yeah.
some of them you can adjust the rails on the carriage back and forward, and you're supposed to be able. I think there was some service thing where you put a certain gauge of paper into it, and you can press the type bar on it, and should, you know, kind of like a feeler gauge kind of a setup. And when he when JJ Short, when they replace the rubber, it may not be exactly to the same size as the original when it was new. So whatever that adjustment's called, which is I think the ring and pinion, maybe
ring and cylinder.
Ring and cylinder. Thank you. The ring and cylinder may not be perfectly set up after you get your platen replaced.
I think that's one thing that keeps me from doing it, because I would send it off because I don't want to deal with something, and yet if it comes back and then I have to fix something else, it's like, is it worth it?
Well, I had my Royal 10 done, and I've had my Silent Super, and both of those have been good. So, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess one thing that keeps me from getting any more of my 5 series done is I can just swap the good platen between the various 5 series machines.
Yep. It's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
Greg, it's worth getting it done.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I'm sold.
Diane is being paid a commission, by the way.
You know, right?
No, not really. No, their work speaks for itself, and it really makes a difference a lot of times, you know.
I mean, I'm coming from the end of the 100-plus-year-old Platens. So, you know, maybe I do notice a bigger difference. I mean, yeah, I just had my Royal 10 and a Smith Corona 5 series done as well, but usually it's in the ears where I can tell the difference, because it's like, you know, on an old Platen that's really shot, it's like eventually I'll just start hearing it more, and it gets to the point where, dang, I can't type on this anymore.
Yeah. I noticed even with a newly covered Platen, it helps to use a backing sheet anyways to protect it, but it makes it even quieter, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. It really does.
That's why I start typing when I'm on the street, whether anybody wants. I want them to hear it. Go, what's that sound? That sounds like a typewriter. Oh, look, it's a typewriter. Hey. It's
So
all the
louder the better.
You work it.
Yeah, but not the louder in the ear, better.
No.
Actually, Sam, I think my Underwood portable would make a good street typer for poetry, because it's small, it looks nice because it's old, it actually is very reliable, has a dark imprint.
Yeah, there you go.
You know.
Let's see.
You have no.
This is my.
All I need is to be a poet. You know, I have everything but that. Oh yes.
Let me zoom in on you.
Yeah, I figure I'll put the.
That's the same. That's very similar to mine in color. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's got the Spanish keyboard. And so I might as well. I just bought the new ribbon for it, so I'll put it in while we're talking.
Are you fluent in Spanish, Sam?
I have a degree. Yeah, I tutored for several years.
So you could write Spanish poetry. You know.
Yeah, and with the appropriate.
Diacritics. Yeah.
There you go.
I have another question. In putting the ribbon on, so I'm also dyslexic. So should the ribbon go through the back or come from the front? Do you know what I'm saying?
The two metal parts on the middle of the ribbon vibrator, it should be behind them, closest to the platen, in the very center.
So not coming from what I call the outside in, it should be coming from behind.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Someone once told me that the way to think about it is you want the ribbon, specifically where the type bar is going to strike the ribbon, to be closest to the paper. So however you position it through the little guides, you want the actual middle part of the ribbon to be closest to the paper.
And I can't recall the differences, but some of the typewriter models, it's a weird path to do that. Some of them, it kind of goes in and back out.
Yeah. It's like, how does this even get through there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
but I think the easiest is how Greg explains it, and Joe, is that the ribbon has to be the closest to the paper, and then you just figure out how to thread it in the other parts.
Yeah.
But it also depends on the machine, because I have another one
yeah.
where if I were to do it that way, well, I don't know. And now I'm forgetting which one. I'm
No,
still
no,
forgetting which ones
I
I'm
think
working
it's-
with half the time.
It's pretty universal though. That's the thing. The ribbon has to be the closest to the paper.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
like
That makes
Joe
a lot of
said,
sense.
the two parts that are closest to the slug, you know, are in front of the tape. of the
Yeah.
ribbon.
Yeah.
Find my little tool.
So, Mike, was there anything else new with you?
I don't think so. That's about all the typewriter adventures. As a matter of fact, I haven't even typed anything in a couple of weeks, which I really need to get back to. But you know, so that's what. And I had to take the Remington off the bench because I had another project that's non-typewriter related to do, and so I got all these projects piled up to do. So.
Yeah, well, you have a lot of hobbies.
Yeah, I do. And I just did a archery thing yesterday, and so I had to make some new arrows, and that took most of the week, and
Cool.
things like that. So
Oh wait, you are. What's your name? I'm
Mike
sorry.
Erling.
Durham.
Did we exchange cards?
Well, one way. I got yours. I just haven't replied yet in a while, and it's been.
Okay,
a while.
okay. I didn't realize it was you. Okay. No, that's okay.
I'm sorry it's taking so long. My correspondence is piling up here, but I think you're next on the list.
I'm just fine and happy to get anything anytime.
Yeah.
I just put a face to the thing.
Okay, yeah.
That's definitely one nice thing about this. We've seen a lot of these memes online and maybe seen like still pictures of some of us, but then, to interact, even if it's virtually, is a wonderful thing. So, like when Larry Presnell first came on here, I thought I was like around a rock star.
Get the glasses. That's all you got is get some star glasses, and that's it.
It would be in the Bob Dylan acoustic era, though, right? A rock star.
Yes, of course. Of course.
That's funny.
You know what, Gregory? I was thinking maybe you started that 24/7 thing. I was thinking maybe you should just be on there 24/7.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'll just ask your wife, Gregory, if that's okay first.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Oh, that would be funny. It's funny though, because when the first person logs on, I get a notification, and so whenever I see one, I'm like tempted to log in. But then I'm like, no, I need to do this, I need to do that, and it's almost time for work. And
it's like when I jumped in last week, and then you got on just to say hi. Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw the notification, I was like, "Ooh, Joe's in."
And the thing is when you want to do something every week, that's a commitment. So I'm just glad you want to do this, because it's a big commitment to say I'm going to do this every week. So yeah, I'm just teasing you.
I think in the beginning I was pretty crazy, but it has really, really paid off. It's such a wonderful experience and meeting all kinds of people. So it's worth it, definitely. It is a major commitment though. Let's see. Sean, how are you doing?
Good. Good. Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, no, I'm happy to see everybody. This is Typewriter Church. That's my religion, so I like being here and seeing everybody. Things are good. Been super busy last number of weeks at work, but who cares? But it's also been super busy with typewriters, which is awesome. I think I showed the Corona 4 here. We were talking a little bit about that Joe spool covers. I think now, having collected like 18 million of these suckers, and I learned something every time, so many of them are missing spool covers, and I think it was exactly for what Joe's thinking of. I've landed on in the last couple of months. In the 50s, spools got bigger, and I think people couldn't fit them under the covers, so they put them aside, and now a lot of them are lost. And I've compared a lot because I think we all have a lot of spools sitting around. So you can definitely see 50 spools, especially if you didn't buy the correct ones. They're a lot wider and then they don't fit into the cup. So they put them aside and lost them. But this is my math typewriter. I found out this is what's called a modified engineering keyboard. So that's got the deltas and the half-life and, squared and cubed and all that kind of good divided stuff. And that's 1933, this typewriter. So yeah, I don't know. My other observation is rubber. Remingtons are the worst. 1920s Remingtons are the worst for rubber degradation. I think Remington used a much purer form of rubber back in the day, which was good probably back in the day, but over the years it's flattened out a lot more and it becomes really gummy. Whereas Corona didn't necessarily use a pure rubber like Remington did, and they lasted. But depending on where you get typewriters will determine, I think, how much the rubber survives or doesn't. This one came out of Ontario, Canada, and the rubber feet are the best I have ever seen on a Corona. Like, they're not all flat and squished out like I've gotten them on 18 million others of these. And this thing types like a dream. And even the rubber rollers are not even impacted. So I don't know if it was the state of where it was kept in the house versus put it in the garage or a basement where it's damp and moldy. Maybe just the climate or the humidity might have contributed. I don't know. Like, I'm not a scientist. I just spend a lot of time lying in bed thinking about typewriters. So
you play one on TV though.
I only play a typewriter doctor on TV on Sunday mornings.
Can I just state the obvious?
I have another idea,
You forgot
Sean.
to shave today, Sean.
Sorry, Bob.
You forgot to shave today. What happened?
I've been forgetting to shave. Well, you haven't been on for a while, Bob. You've been running around to bowls, bringing your trailer to bowls everywhere.
It kind of looks like mine. Are you trying to look like me, Sean? Let's get to the bacon of this.
You know what? I'll admit, Bob, you are somebody that I really look up to, and I'm trying to mix my Joe Van Cleve and my Bob Marshall look together. So I got a bit of Joe up here, and I got a bit of Bob down here.
Yeah, you need a little more gray to catch up with me. You look really good.
I've got 12 here. I know you can't see them, but there's like 12. I've counted.
Right. You'll get up to my 86 gray hairs here
So,
soon.
so Sean and Bob, I've been thinking about going back to the goatee look, shaving off the sides here.
Yeah.
And maybe I should take a poll. Do you think I should? And then should I grow the goatee out, like Fu Manchu kind of style?
No, I definitely think, Joe, you've got a certain brand and a look now. And if you screw that up, you'll be like Bob Ross.
No, but if you go back to my early videos, I have this enormous thing going on.
Yeah. You know what, Joe, you'll be fine no matter what. Joe is Joe, no matter what you cover your face with. So that's good. But yeah.
And you need my glasses. You Sean,
oh my
you
goodness.
My glasses.
That'll really lower your subscriber count, Joe.
Yeah,
yes, it will.
Keep the beard, Joe. Keep the beard.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to get rid of it completely, but okay, keep the beard. There's one vote. Okay.
Well, yeah, most men can't grow a full beard. So if you can grow it, I mean,
flaunt it if you got it
in the day too.
Like
but
me.
Yeah.
You grow a goatee because you can't grow a full beard. Well, you can grow a full beard. So show off to everybody, like I do, that you can grow a full beard. I'm the only guy in my family that can grow a full beard. So everyone's certain I belong to the milkman. Go figure.
I got a guy I work with that has a big, long white beard. And it's funny when we gown up to go to the clean room, you have to put a beard cover on. And there's no way a beard cover covers that beard.
No.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean.
Sean, I was going to comment on the rubber issue. I've been thinking about my dad's typewriter, which my dad bought in the 60s, and it's a 1940 Remington. And the Platen is really in good shape. So I think it's possible that, somewhere along the way, maybe in the midlife between when that typewriter was sold and you bought it, somebody had the rubber replaced. It's quite possible that back then, because they were so used and so important, that somebody did, pay the service to have new rubber installed. And you just get it, like maybe 40 years. I don't know,
I've thought
50
that,
years.
I've thought that, Dan, for sure. And I've definitely got I got an Underwood 3 bank that has a sticker from Southern California from the 80s. And it has definitely a newer Platen, because you can tell wear, right? You can see the imprints that eventually beat that rubber. This one definitely has not had it replaced. And the other reason is these little Corona feet say Corona on them. So the original feet actually had like made into the rubber, it said Corona typewriters around the outside, or just Corona. These ones still have that. And I mean, I know you could get parts from Ames and things like that right up into the 50s and 60s. And so, yes, it's absolutely possible, but the Platen is still not been replaced. And if you would have replaced the feet, you probably would have also done the Platen at some point. Maybe not. I mean, who knows? There's no absolutes at all. So yes, absolutely. They could have replaced the feet and the rollers and left the Platen because it was fine in the 60s. I don't know, but it's a super, super smooth typewriter and it's in great shape. So I always look for that though, like wondering, did somebody care enough about this to get it redone? But I've of all the typewriters I've got, I maybe have two that look like they've had rubber, or I know had rubber replaced in the 80s, 70s or 80s, 1920s typewriters, but it's not really a lot. A lot of people just left them.
Well, you would think with all the businesses out there that had hundreds of secretaries working for them, you'd think they would have had a regular, and then the people that replace Platens like JJ Short, you'd think they would their business would thrive on all the typewriters out there. So it seemed like there would have been a lot of them get replaced at some point.
Oh, I think so, Larry. But when you're talking about secretarial work and office work, those are standard typewriters. I mean, for the most part, portables were, personal, private stuff, and you didn't type to the level you do in an office. So but that's a good point too. I mean, my Royal FPs, some of them look pretty worn and others look pretty good. So I'm sure some of them got replaced at some point over their lives. But yeah, it's hard to always tell depending on the use they went through.
It makes you wonder about where you live too, because I know down here my guitar's safer than say up north where you run the heat all winter and it gets really dry and you need to humidify your guitar. And I imagine rubber's affected by.
I agree. Well, where Daniel lives out in Quebec, I mean, it's a lot more humid out there, and they have much different winters than we do out here out west in Alberta. We're very, very dry out here. So I have found when I get typewriters from the east coast of the US, the rubber tends to be in much better shape. But I think the other factor is where it was stored for the last 60, 70 years.
Yes.
Some people throw these things into garages and basements, and then they go crappy. Others keep them like heirlooms in their closets and places like that until their grandparents pass away, and then they move out to estate sales, and they're sometimes in great shape. I don't know, I there's a whole scientific study here available for anybody free of charge. I'm not equipped to do it, but anyway, it's neat. The other thing I got was, I didn't show this one yet because I was working on it, but I mentioned it, but Joe showed his. So that's the wood grain faux wood. I got into this faux thing lately. Faux wood. I've never had one of the slope front later 4 banks here, so works good. Doesn't turn me on as much for some reason. I don't know. It's don't hit me, don't hate me. But it's got
is that the quick brown faux?
This is the quick brown faux jumped over the lazy type. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good typewriter. They, Underwood portables of this era just are so solid, fun to type on. They just make big, deep, clunky sounds, but they're snappy and crisp, and they're just such a blast to type on. And then the final thing I got was the boxy end of the era before it went to Joe's version. Joe's got the 70s Hermes that he took the body off of, but this is the one just before it. It's got the white keys and the white knobs on the edge before they swapped to that 70s boxy sharp cornered body style. And this one was all locked up when I got it, and so I got it for a fairly decent price out of Vancouver. I can't see it, but on the back, like, thank God for Hermes. Like, these things are so easy to take apart, take the carriage off, but there's a couple little spacers back here that move this little bar to keep the margin release unlocked so your keyboard doesn't lock up. And once you get that carriage off and adjust a little nut and one screw, the thing works great. And it's Techno Pika, which is different than senatorial, for those of you wondering. I for some reason assumed that Olympia's senatorial or robot was going to be pretty much the same from the same type manufacturer, but they're different. They're subtly different, but in a nice way. So fun comparison. So that's why, for those of you who've seen my Instagram posts, won't be surprised, but I bought boxing gloves now for my typewriters, because what I'm doing is I'm going to be having type fights. So I'm going to start posting different typefaces versus other typefaces. So the boxing gloves are necessary for the typewriters. It looks good on camera. Trust me. I know it doesn't sound so.
You're going to mount a boxing glove to the carriage knob and have two typewriters hitting each other? Or?
Yeah, basically. You remember that old game from the 80s, the
Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was a lot of fun, like Hungry Hippos.
Yeah.
And then I blame Gregory and Susan, but I got new paper too.
Oh,
stupid paper.
Permanent
record, and then
32 pound. You got the good stuff.
yeah, these are 16s, but the Plover Artesian Bond, which is but these are much cheaper than 8.5 by 11s, and I think people want 8.5 by 11 instead of 8.5 by 14s or 13s. So these ones don't tend to sell as much, but the reality is, who cares? They're cheaper. You buy them, like this one's a 40s Southworth, because you can tell by the box. But if you really like 8.5 by 11, you just cut off the bottom.
Exactly.
11, and then problem solve. And I don't think people think of that. And then so you can have the good old fashioned paper in 8.5 by 11. You just cut it off, and the rest of it becomes a nice, like Joe will appreciate it. You just type a little differently and sort of more column for typosphere blogging. So you'll never waste anything, and I think it's smart. So there's a lot of this online right now. There's a lady that looks like she cleaned out a old stationery store in Pueblo, Colorado, and she posted a whole whack of Southworth of like permanent records and campus bond. I don't even know what the difference between all these papers is. Parchment. I'm not sure. Manifold. I must refer to weights or sort of the form of the paper itself, but they're all like, a lot of them are new in the package, still got their wrapping on them. So, I mean, how could you not want to do that?
Yeah, Ted Monk would be able to tell us all the differences between those paper grades.
Yeah, can somebody call him, please?
I did see he's in the chat.
Oh, good. Well, Ted, we need a dissertation on campus versus manifold versus permanent record and all the other paper types.
Yeah.
Maybe Susan knows. Maybe Susan knows because she said her dad worked in a paper mill and made some of those papers.
Well, I know I don't want Susan to talk about paper anymore because I've already bought like 4 boxes of this stuff. And if we talk more about it, it'll happen.
So Sean, where online is this paper seller that you saw?
She just posted it all on eBay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but if you just type in vintage Southworth paper, you'll start seeing most of her posts are there. Like she's got an absolute ton right now, and they're all about, I think, $52 or $8 or something like that. So a little more expensive, but if you see some of those people that are mercenaries and they're taking like 30 sheets of Plover paper and selling it online for $60, like, come on. I'd rather buy 500 sheets and then spread it out with friends like here and get it used.
This paper here is from the 1890s. I bought it off eBay.
Oh,
those were hand-operated laser printers back then.
Yeah.
They were cranked paper.
That's what they said. How did you know?
It was powered by the sun.
Did I get it from you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Powered by the air you breathe.
This is nice and thick, and it's clean. I mean, I like the old paper too, but I go through so much of it. It's crazy because I type it out for choir. I print it out for choir every week too, and it's nice and thick, so it doesn't fold over that easy. And
you don't want to waste vintage paper on choir, Larry. That's just for like.
Guys, I'm gonna jump off real quick. I have to go to lunch with Bill Taft, so we're gonna meet Bill.
Excellent.
So,
bye,
anyways,
Joe.
Bye, guys.
Good to see you, Joe.
Good to see you. Nice seeing everybody.
This makes great paper airplanes too.
Yeah. What do you have there, Diane?
I have real vintage paper samples from Smith Premier.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you had that, Diane. Tell us.
A whole little book of them.
Wow.
How thick does it feel?
How thick does it feel?
Are they stiff or crinkly or?
Well, they're all in a book, so they're not. There's linen, there's bond, there's some that's really thin. Here's some really thin stuff.
Oh yeah, crinkly.
That's linen.
Is there anything that says manifold or parchment or permanent record?
Special manifolding is what this one says.
Oh, what does that feel like?
About that? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's pretty thin.
Pretty thin.
Yeah.
Good old marketing doesn't really answer the question at all. Like, right,
Yeah.
marketing is not about telling you what it's all about. It's just, oh, it feels so good and you'll love it. And
Let's see what else. There's special manifolding. Let's see. Number 3 wove for 6 to 8 copies linen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it actually says like what number of copies. There's a premier linen for 3 to 4 copies. That seems to be a little thicker, I guess. Number 5 wove. I don't know. It just says for 3 to 4 copies. Let's see. Let me keep going here. There's a 7 and an 8 and a 9. Medium wove record.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it.
Yeah,
means
like
it
this.
does.
This is another rabbit hole of typewriters, right? I mean, now, like, I'm finding I'm getting obsessed with. I'm trying to understand what all these papers are and why they are a little different.
Manuscript covers.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a brown that says wove and laid in fawn, light blue, terracotta, and granite. There's a manuscript cover antique.
I like that.
Manuscript covers blue bond, and they're kind of what you would expect on a report cover, I guess.
I wish I could find those. I found a bunch of those. Oh, typewriter supplies.
Wow.
Can
It's
you hold it up a
amazing,
little more?
Diane.
What?
Can you hold it up a little more? There we go.
Rolling flat top cabinets and oak stands. Oh, we should buy all of this stuff. Call them.
Oh,
Call
I
them.
know.
Oh,
It
man.
looks like 'twas the night before Christmas. the way
I know, huh?
the typefaces.
Not a typewriter was stirring. Not even a paper cover.
Yeah, it's like here in the front, it's all about the ribbons.
Oh, they don't sell orange ribbons, do they? Yeah, no.
I see purple, green, blue, red, black, no orange.
Okay, good. I'll share with you all really quickly before I give it back to Gregory to move on. Don't buy, if you're interested, don't buy orange ribbons or pink ribbons. They're too light to be seen on paper. I found that out the hard way.
Oh. Yeah, I know.
Unless you're a spy. A spy could use it, and then
There you
nobody-
go.
Well, that's exactly
What about
that's exactly what I
orange
thought,
on
Larry.
blue
You couldn't
paper?
even read it. You have to get like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get special light to.
Hey, Sean, I have a big stack of blue paper, but I wonder if orange would actually come out on blue.
good question. I have blue paper too, and I forgot all about it. I'll have to try it and I'll let you know, because I thought maybe a darker paper would work, but I don't know if that holds true yet or not.
And especially blue with orange, or I don't know, the contrast. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question, Daniel. I'll find out.
Now you're going to start going. Now Sean's going to start looking at the old letters that you can buy online. This is Smith Premier Linen, but I don't know which one, because I can see there's a watermark here that I can see from the back, but yeah, it doesn't say which one, but it is definitely the watermark is there.
I've already done all that, Diane. Sorry, that rabbit hole has been explored.
Oh, have you? Well, anyway.
Yeah, you know what? The day you get an old Oliver typewriter or Smith Premier letter and you put it up to the light and you see they've got their own watermark for the typewriter company, you're just like, oh my God, this is so awesome. Oh.
Excellent.
Anyway, thanks, Gregory.
Of course. May, how are you doing?
Hey, good morning or good afternoon now.
Yes.
Doing well. Still no new typewriters. Still doing good on my typewriter diet. I've been cleaning up, typewriters that have been sitting. I have a little frustration with one I got in this Sterling several months ago. I cleaned it up. I got it typing well. And then I pulled it out this morning because I was going to use it for, it's kind of ugly. The paint's ugly, but it's stuck again. Like I had it clean and typing all snappy, and now it's typing in slow motion. So I must not have flushed it out enough when I put all the solvents down in the segment. So it typed fine, and 6 months later, now it's not. So I've got to improve my cleaning techniques, I guess, and maybe even go back to the rubber ducky thing, because that always works. I know, right? Every typewriter I've rubber duckied works great. Still no rust. So I'm kind of rethinking that whole method.
Yeah, bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back. I mean, it's a sterling, and I've washed a couple of them before, and they're still fine. And this one I used alcohol and I forget what else, other solvents, and it typed great, snappy. And then, like I said, pick it up several months later and it's frozen. So I guess the gunk just kind of solidified down into the machine, and so I'm going to rubber ducky again. So next week, not today. I don't have time today, but sometime this week, next week, we'll report back with you.
Do you ever just go like, make it work, make it go?
I've done that. I've been messing with it, and so it's stuck. I can feel it. Like I can feel the resistance when I push down, like it's sticky. And so whatever I flushed, tried to flush out, didn't quite flush out, and just solidified once all the alcohol and stuff dried. It just re-solidified down in there is what happened. So I think that's a pretty common problem. I see that on some of the maintenance groups. They're like, what happened? It was working great and now it's not. And people always say, well, you got to flush it and then blow it out really good. So either I just need more solvents or go back to the rubber ducky method.
Yeah. I would imagine that.
But other than that, everything's great. Life is normal.
I'm trying to imagine the
new,
rubber
which is
ducky
good
method.
sometimes. Yeah.
I didn't hear about the rubber ducky method. So is
Nothing
that like,
new means nothing bad's happened, right?
is that a bathtub? Is that what the rubber ducky method is? Is that like sticking it in a tub?
Yeah, just drop it in my kitchen sink full of hot soapy water and just sit there and work the typewriter. Take off all the parts that can't get wet, which is not much. Some of the Platens have a wooden core, so I definitely take those off. But just dunking the typewriter in really hot soapy water and just typing the heck out of it, and that has always worked. Like I said, every typewriter I've done that way still works. It never seized back up or anything. Unlike the past few that I've tried with solvents, they work fine, and then I pull them back out months later and then they're sticky again. So and I don't use WD-40. I don't use anything that leaves a residue. I just use rubbing alcohol or lighter fluid. Sometimes I've used electrical cleaner, which doesn't leave a residue, but whatever I'm using is just not working well enough on some typewriters on the solvents. So
was it California
words
Typewriter?
of wisdom from Bob?
Yeah.
Was California Typewriter the movie where he took it to a car wash and used a pressure washer?
Yes.
Yeah. I was impressed. I mean,
That's where I got the idea from. I'm
okay.
like, well, if he can do that, I can do that too. So, and that's how I first started cleaning typewriters. I just sprayed them down with simple green or Dawn, the spray Dawn dish soap, and then just flushed them out in hot soapy water baths. And that's how I started cleaning typewriters, because of that, little.
Well, I'll tell you, May,
segment.
May, I get to wash almost half the machines I put my hands on. I wet wash them. But my big thing really is, once I think I'm done, I let the machine sit for 2 or 3 days. And sometimes that can frustrate customers because I rarely have a machine less than 30 days, but I do let it sit. And then when I'm done letting it sit, I let other people type on it. By other people, I mean like my apprentice, my worker, my son, my girlfriend, my secretary, whoever's around, I let other people play with them. And that way they can tell me what they like, what they don't like, or it froze up. because there's still a bunch of gunk in the segment. Who knows, right?
Mhm.
So I'm a big advocate of get done with it. You think it's perfect. You think it's going to be great. Let it sit for a few days, then try it out
Mhm.
again.
Mhm.
Yeah, but no, you're not wrong. When you have the ability to wash it, everything comes out, you know. And I just have my washing
Mhm.
station on the back of the garage. What building am I in here? Right, the back of the typewriter shop / carriage shed. Gregory's been here, so I know Gregory's having a good time laughing about it, like I am.
Yeah.
It's just a little 12 by 20 building that I've been doing most of my heavy repair. And anyways, no, there's a lot to wash in, and I hope someday to maybe I'll have somebody hold a camera while I show everything that I do and how I do it.
That'd be
And
great.
but once you're done, even once you think you're done with the machine, whatever, let it sit for a few days, try it out again 9 times, and then let it sit for a few more days if you have issue, and it might give you more problem after that. I've had that too. So what do you do? It's just a lot of flushing, you know, a lot of douching of the parts, a
Yeah.
lot of flushing of the other parts. Yeah.
Mhm.
So good.
Yeah, it's like 99% of typewriter problems is they're dirty, and
Yeah.
that's the big thing with typewriter repair is the cleaning is just as important as
Well, you're right. That's
the repair
why
process. Yeah.
you know, that's why I put on my covers.
Mhm.
You know, some people love them or hate them. Some people buy a whole bunch. Some people think they're crap,
Mhm.
but boy, they really work. Just cover your dang machines, people.
Mhm.
Yep.
When they're out and about, just cover them. So
Mhm.
anyways, good point, May. Thanks for sharing that
Yeah.
one. Sorry that happened to you though.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's just more fun I get to have with typewriters, right?
Yeah.
More puzzle. I mean, part of the reason why I like them is they're like little puzzles to figure out. You know, it's my
Mhm.
version of doing crosswords, I guess,
Yeah.
in a way. So I don't mind it. I have other typewriters that work just fine. So one slow motion typewriter isn't gonna ruin my day, but it's just, you know, interesting to see how, you know, they just can go back, like you said, you know, after a few days, they're broken again, you know, and it's just gunk. It's something in the segments. And, you know, there are people like Lucas Dahl that will take the whole typewriter apart, like piece by piece, polish every type bar. And while I admire that, I don't have that in me to take a typewriter completely apart. So I'd rather do the, you know, the quick and dirty type methods to clean everything.
No, and
So
it's
far,
rarely
the
needed. So
dunking
you're
in
okay.
soapy water has worked really well. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's very rarely needed. So
Yeah.
good for you, May.
yeah,
And the journey's usually more fun than the destination anyway.
Yeah.
that's true.
Larry says it best. Absolutely.
Very true.
I was hoping I would catch Ken on. He came back briefly, but there is a comment on YouTube for him from Ted. Oh, there he is. There he is. So let me go ahead and share this real quick.
I
where
forget
am I?
there's YouTube comments too to look at.
This one here. Okay, so Ted says this is regarding the whole bichrome mod that you were talking about. He says bichrome mechanism changed drastically after 1963. The single color mechanism of earlier rockets can't be retrofitted.
Okay. That saved me a few hours.
Yeah.
No need to try to modify it and mess something else up. So
Yeah.
thanks, Ted.
Yeah. And then we have Skylar there in the comments. Let's see. Asking what was your first typewriter? Skylar just got a Smith Corner Clipper, so that's cool. What was your first typewriter? Some of you.
1930s Remington 5T boxy for me.
Ooh.
Go
ahead.
1957 White Royal QDL.
Oh. I started with the little blue Brother Charger 11, which my niece now has. So yeah.
My first one was
Toy
a
typewriter.
1957 Litera 22. But me, you're on mute. I saw
Yeah, you muted me.
I cut you
Yeah,
off.
my
but,
first typewriter, the 1976 Buddy L Easy Writer 200.
Oh,
4 years old. My parents kept it. So, and it still works. I cleaned it up. But my first typewriter, vintage typewriter that I bought, I had the electronics in the 90s, the gray wedge, the Smith Corona. But then my first typewriter is the Brother JP3. Branded by Montgomery Ward's. Very good first typewriter. I love it.
That's an impressive space bar on that.
Yeah, and I have a cursive version too as well. So they're very nice. But I like all typewriters, really.
Yeah.
That's the problem, right?
There are some typewriters that have a super skinny space bar. It's kind of
the Latera 32. They have just a strip.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to bother me because I usually hit the space bar with the side of my thumb, so I never missed it. Yeah.
And Daniel, you were saying what your first typewriter was?
Litera 22, 1957.
Okay.
Which I found on Kijiji, and it's a friend of mine. It was outside of town, but it's a friend of mine who lives there that got it for me and paid for it. And then when he visited Ottawa, came to deliver it. And so that was it. And I got 2 typewriters for $50, the Litera 22 and a Smith Corona electronic.
Nice.
So that was my first.
Yeah.
My first 2 at the same time. But
And do you still have both those?
I still do.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. Although the Litera 22 has a beautiful typeface. It's the Imperial or Bodoni or that kind of bold typeface, like Congress too, the same kind of idea. But the touch is a bit difficult, and I'm wondering if it's because there's a lot of white oxidation in it. So maybe I need to take it apart and remove the white oxidation on the mechanism. Maybe that's going to free it up.
Does it feel mushy to you, Dan?
Mushy, yes, but mushy. I don't know if it's mushy, but more like in mud. You press and there's a resistance. It's not snappy. I don't
think Latera 22s are snappy anyway, but it sounds like if it's muddy, then it might be your oxidation. But my Latera 22, I like them, but I don't like them. I find the feel is just so
kind of plodding.
I get what you're saying, because I do have a Litera 32 that I found later on and was a great buy. It was local and it's super free. So it's not snappy like an Olympia, but it's so free that it's super easy to type. Like, it doesn't feel any resistance, and it's a different feel. I don't hate it. I actually think it's kind of fun to be able to type on it. It just wants to type, but it doesn't have the snappy. Like when you press at the beginning, it's hard, and then it finally snaps. Like, it doesn't have that feel at all. But it's okay. It's just different. It has its own personality.
As they all do.
Yeah, they do.
That's very true.
Yeah, even the same models, making models can act a little different.
Yeah.
Like that Sterling over there.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while since I brought up the typing prompt. Did anybody do the typing prompt? Typing about typing? Daniel did.
Yeah, I can tell you what my first typewriter is before we get.
Yeah, definitely.
I got a Tower portable. I'm gonna say it's from the 50s or early 60s. I got it in the 90s and used it, and then that was when I started collecting typewriters. I never owned a typewriter before I started collecting typewriters. I didn't even know how to type, and I taught myself to type with both hands, amazingly enough. I actually took a typing class in school in junior high, or no, it was high school. I think it's 10th grade, and I flunked out. And then in the 90s, I took a college class on typing and was lousy at that. But then, so I learned the basics, but then I actually doing it, I learned how to do it. But with my tower, when I got married again in 2004, and when I got married, it's like and she didn't have anything to do with it. I'm like, you know what? I didn't think anybody in the world collected typewriters. And I'm like, I got to so I took them back to the thrift store, except for some really nice ones that I kept that were just like pristine. But that Tower Portable, I love that thing. But I took it fishing with my daughter and my son when they were kids and was typing on it while they were fishing. And then I went home, and then I'm like, well, because I had a Smith Corona Silent too, and it looked exactly like it. And so I went home, and I'm like, well, the bail bar must have fell off of this with the rollers, you know? And I'm like, that's so weird. I don't even see where it attached. I'm like, well, I must have lost it down there where I was fishing. So I went looking and looking and looking, never found it. And I looked in my van, never found it. And I thought that's so weird. So anyway, when I got rid of the typewriters, I got rid of that typewriter. And I always liked the typewriter. And so then later, like when Facebook happened, and I'm like, oh, people like typewriters. Wow, you know, I'm going to start collecting them again. So I start collecting, and I realized that never had a bail bar on it. And I just thought it did, I guess, because that I bought an identical tower to it. I found one on eBay. I'm like, I have to have that same exact one, except this one's in better shape. But and back then I didn't know about looking at the serial numbers and finding the dates out even. But and luckily a couple of them were 1958 typewriters, which is my birth year. So I was really happy that I kept some 1958 ones. But this one probably was around 54, I think. But they didn't come with a bail bar, and I'm thinking, why wouldn't you do that? And I guess it was cheaper to not have the bail bar, and they just let the paper flop around a little more. Yeah, Meg, yours has got that nice bail bar. That mine, I thought I lost it and it was never on it. And I just, in my mind, I guess, because my Smith Corona had one on it, I thought, okay, it must be missing. So I gave it to the thrift store thinking that, well, it's one of my worst typewriters, you know, and it wasn't.
Oh.
So that's the story of my first one. Sorry. Anyway, the prompt thing. I actually didn't do a prompt, but I did do a prompt. What I did is I cheated. I went back through my poems. I'm like, I typed in a search, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's one of my poems I did back in 2016. So
oh, nice.
So,
and
yeah,
I do see in the chat, Ken, your first typewriter was a 1929 Underwood 4-bank.
Yeah, my wife was innocent. She thought I'd like it to put on my desk. She had no idea that I'd start collecting more of them. So
it's her fault.
I looked all over for covers, and I found out it didn't come with covers. So, but yeah, that was my first, and it sat around for a couple of years, and then COVID hit, and I started cleaning out closets and saw it still in the case. And then the rest after that is hunting and repairing. And
yeah.
But yeah, I feel bad. It was neglected for a couple of years in the closet.
Oh,
they didn't have anywhere to put it in my office. But yeah, I still need to, I haven't figured out. I dug it out a few days ago, but I don't know what this little, I was going to see when Van Cleve was still on, but what this little button is. I don't know if it's like a reverse or what, but
Margin release.
Oh, what is it?
Margin release.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, other ones have a little button like that. The standards do as well.
Okay. Well, and he was talking about this a little spin thing over here. Mine doesn't have that. So I guess it was it's I guess they're all a little different, but this one I have to. That would be my next project after this eyesore. Super speed Smith Corona. I don't know. Somebody.
Why is it an eyesore?
Oh, my wife. Well, my wife doesn't like it.
Oh, that's me. I'm an eyesore then.
Oh.
No, she didn't want me to cut all my hair off. I like shaving all my hair off in the summer.
There you go. That's low maintenance.
I kind of have a question for you. May actually has a similar machine in front of her to my this is my Smith Corona Silent. I have this wire that's sticking up on the right side. What is that for? Does yours have that?
I see it, but
I wonder if part of the spring broke off. Like it went under the did it go under one of those levers? And
I don't know.
It might have went under one of the levers and could have been the little hook broke off of it, which went under the lever. I've seen that on some typewriters, but not just the end like that, or where it actually went around the lever to make the lever springy or spring back.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not too much over here that could spring, really.
That bail bar looks like it should have something holding it better than that. The bail bar looks pretty floppy to me.
so it's just a wire, not a spring, just a wire.
Yeah, but it's just a wire, and it pokes me.
Yeah, I don't think that's on purpose. I think there's
Yeah.
a piece of it missing is what I'm saying.
Yours is a little bit later, I think, your model.
Mine's the Silent.
Okay.
Silent. Let me go get my Silent.
Mine's a 41, so it's earlier.
Yeah,
This is a three striper Silent. I don't know what mine is.
Yeah.
I don't see anything off this one that had a wire that would pop off, but
It kind of reminds me of
almost like a paper
I don't know what the
table.
proper terminology would be, but like sort of a tension spring where it's not really a spring in and of itself. It's a wire that's like pressing against something, but it can still bend. So it
That's my Silent from the 90s. It was really nice. Isn't that nice? Toy? Needs ribbon. But anyway, this should have that wire on it then, because this is a three striper Silent also. This is I think a 54 if I'm not mistaken.
It seems
I don't remember what year this is. I'm trying to figure that out.
Is that the right or the left side that you're looking at? I forget.
It is the right side.
When you're looking at it.
Yeah, I don't have any wire that
Yeah.
I can see, so I don't know. Maybe it's something that's, that's a feature of the Silent and not of the Sterling. Mine's a Sterling.
Oh, okay.
So I know the Silence had a few more things like paper fingers and, things like that the Sterling doesn't have.
But it doesn't really look like there's a missing lever or anything though, right?
I don't think so, but I guess maybe I'll just have to take it over to the local shop and when the Smith Corona guy is there.
What if you just yank it out?
I don't like to yank things out. I mean, I'm tempted to every time my finger pokes it because it hurts.
Can you see this right here? Oh gosh, we gotta get the camera in the right spot. And I'm looking at my, thank you, that might help. Because I want to try to hold it up here and show you what I'm talking about. See where the wire comes into that little, you can see the end of the wire right under the knob. In that hole where that black thing is that the screw's holding that black thing on there, it's a wire sticking right in there. Maybe yours is not.
I do see that.
That wire's supposed to go in there dead end. So it's not a hook. It doesn't look like it looks like it just goes straight into that.
Weird.
Ugh. I have to use my phone flashlight.
Yeah, I've got my
Yeah, I don't
Later.
I don't see that underneath here. Maybe it's supposed to go underneath here somewhere.
Yeah, it holds some tension in there for some reason.
Oh. Okay.
It must wrap around something and give it a little tension and then goes right in there. I really don't know what it does by just looking right now.
Okay. Well, thanks for looking.
I can see the wire sticking though in it from the side when I look at it. I can see I don't know if you can or not, but I can't see what I'm looking at. I don't know. I don't know if you can see it from that angle or not, or it's so hard to see.
Yeah.
But there, you see the
Oh, there
wire
it
at the
is.
side. See that? See where it goes in that?
Yeah.
No, I really don't.
Okay, let me see if I can point to it with my finger. Right there.
Right there,
That's
yeah.
the end of the wire. My finger's on the end of the wire.
Oh, I can see it.
Oh, yeah, now I see it. Yeah, because
It's
you're
moving
I
moving.
don't
a
know
bit.
what that does, but the wire goes right into that.
Oh, okay.
Does the typewriter work fine? Does it type well?
Yeah, it does.
It's probably one of these. I noticed your bail bar didn't spring back very good, but this thing here, I mean, mine doesn't seem floppy like yours. I don't know. Yours look kind of floppy to me. So I wondered if that. I don't know. And then
They're
there's other
different.
levers here too.
No, they're different, Larry.
Wait, they're different. Diane,
Oh, they're different.
4 series.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
my serial number starts with 4.
Yeah.
Let's see what
so
mine
it's-
is. I don't know.
Yours is 5.
Where is it? Under the ribbon cover? This one is a ribbon cover. So this one's a 5, starts with a 5. At what? 5S479661.
Uh-huh. Yeah, mine starts with 4S.
Okay. So I don't know.
Know what you need, Diane?
What?
Oh, yeah.
You need the floating shift.
Yeah, I
Typewriter.
actually I do have that in the other room.
Maybe flipping through that you can
I
find.
wasn't really sure what I was looking at, to be honest. It's like,
You know,
It's true.
does yours have this lock, right? This lock right here that locks the carriage so you can put it in the case. Where is
yeah,
it? And does that spring and hold? Because mine springs back when you move it out of the detent.
yeah, mine springs out.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know if it was that or not. Huh. Well, that wire on mine is hooked to something. I just don't know what.
Yeah, so it kind of sounds like mystery wire.
Yeah.
So you don't have that plate for it to go into at the bottom?
I'm sorry.
That plate that I showed you in the bottom, yours don't have a plate on the bottom, or?
Yeah, I'm trying to tilt this so that I can.
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing a hole where it would, like the one mine has on. I see, looks like I see a hole there, but I can't tell for sure.
I mean, there's a hole right here.
Yeah, mine has a little metal plate that's got a screw that holds it there, and then that wire comes into that plate, and it's the plate actually moves a little bit.
Hmm.
Huh.
I don't know. That's the plate with the drawband hooked onto it.
Hmm. I
Interesting.
don't know.
Oops. But anyway,
That's why it's always nice to have multiples of the same typewriter, you know.
There you go.
One that works. It's like a repair manual.
well, this one, unfortunately, it's the only one I have of this model. I don't have another one.
I only have one of those too, and
Yeah,
it's different from yours.
Yeah, I don't have
Yeah,
that.
it's like I have Smith Corona Silence, but they're all 5 series.
Uh-huh.
And
So this is the only 4 series I have because I finally found one that I was that was hopefully the right typeface whenever I got it.
Mhm.
And I've been a typeface snob, I guess.
This
This one's elite. And 99% of the ones I've seen around here are all pica. And it's like I found the one elite that I've seen.
Nice.
So
Well, if the typewriter still works, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
might just be just a little thing to hold a little extra tension on something that doesn't really matter,
Maybe you could put like a little decorative bead or something on there. At least protect your finger from.
put a bobblehead on.
Yeah.
What was the thing about Sean said about the 3 stripes and the 2 stripes? What was the differences? Do you remember?
Of the models, the 2 stripes are like Sterlings and 3 stripes are the Silent Super.
And yours is a 3 stripe like mine. So, but the
Yeah.
stripes are different. So that's the series, I guess, that makes
Yeah.
it.
The level
Yeah.
the level of quality, not quality, but the level of the typewriter, like what it had for
Yeah.
function. So the more stripes, the
Mhm.
more stuff you had on
Yeah.
the typewriter.
Like a military general, the more
Yeah.
stripes.
And they probably
the
had the
higher
most,
your
like,
rank.
on there.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like the Olympia portables, right? You have the Olympia Splendid 99, the 66, and the 33, and each one had a different trim level. And then the lower the number, the less functions you had on the typewriter.
Mhm.
So if my typewriter doesn't have a stripe, does that mean it's a civilian?
No, it's a private.
Oh, okay.
Private, yeah.
private. Okay, well, thanks. I don't want to take up. Let's talk type. Whatchamacallit.
Yes, the typing prompt.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
typing prompt.
Well, it is talk about typewriters, right?
I know, right?
It is, but I'm taking up too much time.
It's okay. Daniel did have to leave, unfortunately, and he had the typing prompt, but maybe he can share that with us next time. But did anyone else have the typing prompt?
Yeah, I got one.
Excellent.
I don't, I'm going to try sharing my screen and see what happens because I don't know what's going to share.
Okay.
So far, it's no good, right? Because it's sharing like a bunch of stuff,
I'm gonna
right?
step away for a second, but I'm still listening. I can still hear you.
So what if I move this screen over there? I don't know. See, I have 2 monitors, so it kind of is like, I'm not sure what to do with that.
Well, when you click on share screen, it'll show you little thumbnails of different things that you can.
Oh.
And then you choose the one you want to share.
Okay, well then this one. Is that sharing?
Yes.
Is that sharing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you read the thing? I see a bunch of menus above where it says what it's, but do you see the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that was on my Rocket, and I noticed I used the wrong then. I put then instead of then, but it had to do with the typing just for the sake of typing.
Nice.
What it says because I can't read it because the stupid thing's covering my type because the menu's like covering. How do you get rid of that?
I can go ahead and read it.
Yeah,
So
thank you because I can't.
So it says August 8th, 2016. Typing for typing's sakes, not a bad thing. It helps me relax and slow down my brain. Some might argue my brain's slow enough, but my life is brimming with frenetic stuff. The internet flashes way too much to see, and scenes move with light speed on modern TV. Typewriting helps me slow down for a while. With a rhyme that might leave me with a smile, I post the photo on Facebook and then I start my typing all over again. Oh, excellent, excellent.
You know, for like what it's worth. I thought it was easier than typing something new. Just find something more.
Sure.
Anyway, all right. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Larry. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone? You know what? I was going to read a blog post because it was usually my blog posts are about typing. So let me grab it. Okay. So I have this, let me make myself big. There we go. So I've been typing on these, it's newsprint, originally 8.5 by 11, and then I cut it down to A5 size for blogging purposes. Plus my scanner will automatically scan this size, and I can send it directly to my blog from my scanner. So that makes it like super easy. And I don't know if you can see, but it's cursive. It was written on the, it's not focusing. There we go. Written on the Hermes rocket from 1969. And as I started typing it, and I was like, I should put a new ribbon on this, because I have like 2 or 3 brand new solid black ribbons, and that'd be perfect. But so the print is a little light, but nevertheless, here it is. And some of this might not relate directly to the typing prompt, but anyway. When I couldn't find this Hermes rocket on my cast of characters that I snagged on archive.org via the Wayback Machine, I knew something was wrong. The main page of my old blog was recently archived or cached, but the page I needed hadn't been archived in a year. Many of those typers are no longer in my collection. Maybe it's time I sit down and create a spreadsheet of my typewriters, complete with a record of their serial numbers. I am known for making the mistake of looking them up, but not writing them down. Foolish, I know. This typer conveniently has the serial number located on the outside of the body, on the right-hand side, on black embossing tape. Thank you, previous owner. I just checked, and this typer is 11 CPI, making it nice, compact text. In writing letters with this, I like to put it on 1.5 line spacing, which is easier on the eyes, but for the purposes of these little blogging pages, the idea is to get as much text on one page as possible. I'm wondering, since this is my first and only script typewriter, if all script typewriters use a capital I in place of the number 1 instead of a lowercase l. I also wonder if the metal body rockets have a different feel. This plastic body one feels nothing like my Hermes 3000. I would need to do a side-by-side comparison, but I suspect my Olympia SF and Royal Companion, Royalite, have a better feel. I guess that means I prefer a heavier touch. The touch on here is very light. So I guess in addition to enjoying a nice heavy pen, I also enjoy a nice heavy touch on my typewriters. Yes. So, and I'll just put that question out there. Do all the script typefaces use the lowercase I as the number 1?
No.
No?
My Royal Spencerian has a separate 1 in the place of the colon, because the I is so different, you'd never even think it was a 1 if you used it. You'd be like, what the hell are we reading here? So,
Yeah. My Olympia's got a 1 on it.
Yeah, all my cursive typewriters have a 1. In fact, that's how I find them sometimes.
Yeah, both of mine do too. Yeah.
Oh man, I feel left out now.
you got to get you another cursive. That's all you need to compare, Gregory.
Yeah. It really threw me off at first, because I automatically did the lowercase l, and I was like, oh, that doesn't look right at all.
Yeah, my Tippa has the 1.
Okay, wow. Huh.
You're the only one. You're the only one, Gregory.
So, no one has a Hermes rocket with cursive?
I wish I did.
I don't even have a Hermes.
I don't own a rocket.
I have a Hermes cursive 3000.
Yeah.
And I think it has a 1 on it. I
okay.
Go get it.
Well, I'm just the oddball then.
Lucky. I'm like May. That's the way I spot them. That's one way to spot them, because otherwise it probably wouldn't have a 1.
Yeah. And the other question I posed in there was, I do wonder if there's a difference in the feel between the plastic body and the metal body, because I know they came from two different eras. So I guess I was just shocked that the touch was dramatically different from the Hermes 3000. And I know, it's comparing apples to oranges, but because they're two completely different size typewriters, but I don't know. I guess I was expecting a little bit at least of that Hermes feel, but nope, not at all.
But they were changing so much back then from those to those plastic bodies. I'm not surprised that the whole touch feel changed.
Okay. Yeah.
And my cursive script Hermes 3000 has a 1 over
Nice.
here.
Beautiful machine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way mine is.
Let me wipe the drool off my face.
I know, huh?
Here you go, May. You can type on it anytime you come visit. I like sharing with other typewriter people.
Yes, you do.
I am looking forward to my first type in whenever that happens.
No, we
need to make it happen.
Mhm.
And then you can promote it on the calendar on
Yeah.
well,
Type
type
House,
co-op,
yeah.
but
Well, there's one north of Dallas next month coming up, and so that's only about 4.5 hour drive from here. So, and
Only
in the
4.5
summertime,
hours.
why not? So yeah, well, more typewriters, yeah.
Yeah.
Portlanders are known to be flaky, so you could have a type in and they'll tell you like, hey, we're going to have a type in 2 hours. And then a bunch of people show up, or you can put one and say, okay, we're planning it, and 2 people show up.
Oh.
But they say they're just, people are so flaky with showing up.
Yeah. It's it's easy to say you're gonna be somewhere or do something, and then just life gets in the way and you just don't follow through.
Oh my God, sorry, I'm in shock. Both my roommates have walked out the door. I don't think they've both been out in like a month.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like going, they're both leaving. I can tell all my secrets to you now. Because I'm going to get to move.
Oh.
So then I won't have to be so quiet when I'm chatting or listening, because I've got you turned down really low and I get mean looks when I'm typing, kind of like you're making too much noise. So I'm going to get to leave. Yay. But don't tell anybody.
Okay.
Sorry. It was just an exciting moment, but I do have to go anyway. But I don't get to drop in very often, but I really appreciate you. And it's nice to meet people and talk typewriters as a new repair person. It's super helpful. And just to see what other people have.
Yeah. Definitely.
So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Sam, before you go, Sam.
You found your people.
Before you go, Sam, I want to try, because we have this 24/7, type thing now, and I've tried various times to get people on there.
Oh, hold on. I lost you.
Okay. Still there?
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been able to quite figure it out.
Well, here's what I was going to suggest is on Saturday nights when they come on at 11 o'clock Eastern time anyway, that's 11 o'clock is too late for me. I thought, well, what if I came on at 9 o'clock every Saturday night? Maybe there's more East Coasters that would want to come on 9 o'clock Saturday night. You could always stay on through the other one too.
Yeah, because I won't be getting home from work now until about 7 o'clock Western time. So that makes it already 8, 9, 11 at your time, right?
Yeah. So that's not going to work to see you. But if there's anybody else on here East Coast time, I'd like to try to do 9 o'clock Saturday night. I mean, other nights are all right too. If somebody puts it on Facebook or lets me know somehow. But
how do you log into it? I couldn't get in. I'm on the Type House page. I'm logged in, and it said use this Zoom thing, and I kept trying, and I just gave up.
Well, you know how you get in this one, you type pals as the password, and there's a different code. Well, there's a different code for the other one too. And
I just connected automatically.
That's under events. Are you a member?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's under when you got to log in, because you won't see it unless you log in. And it's under events, whereas this is under type typewriter lot or type pal, what's it called?
Type
Something
and
along-
talk.
Type and talk
Type and it's
And
called.
That's
it?
on the page
on
itself.
the events page. Yes.
On the
Okay.
event page, yeah.
But so what I found was something that I needed to copy and paste. It was like a whole bunch of words, and I
Mhm.
tried to get in, and I got nowhere. I tried
Greg.
for a while.
Gregory,
Interesting. Let
Wait,
me see if I can bring it up real quick.
I got a question for you, Gregory. When you send
Yeah.
out the email, do you send out the email only to members?
Correct.
Okay, well, what if you put that password in the email for Saturday night or for 24/7?
Let's see.
You put it in the email.
Member
I-
Zoom chat.
Be all right, or-
Oops.
I do try and keep it as oh, I'm not logged in.
So
But-
it's not Typewriter Club Live.
No, it's the type and
No.
talk.
Type and talk.
Type and talk.
Events.
It's a different link, a totally different.
Weekly
different
meeting.
Zoom.
Or
Weekly
use a
meeting.
72 font in red or something on the page. I have a hard time finding it too. I'm like, what
Oh,
is that page frantically? Where is it? I want to log in. But it's on there for sure. It's on that page. It's just, it's hard to see.
Okay, I've got this one, weekly meeting. Weekly
Mhm.
meeting. So.
So
let's see.
if you go to any of the type and talk links, will they work even if it's from a previous date? Is it the same?
It's the exact same.
Okay, so
registration
you
every
can
time.
still, yeah. So like,
So
Oops.
I'm almost there. Let me just share my
So-
screen here.
yeah.
So let's see. Where do I log in?
All right. So this is the type and talk. So let me go back. All right. So this is the upcoming events here.
But if you show everybody, this is going to be on YouTube, Gregory.
Yeah.
Show them the password.
yeah, if you show the link and all that stuff.
Ah.
But yeah,
Oh,
so,
darn.
yeah.
Darn.
Okay.
Well,
You-
we
yeah,
didn't.
I don't know how you could do that. Can you-
Yeah.
But yeah, if you go to that event, the link is on the bottom. You can either do two things.
Yeah.
You can type in the phone number or whatever and password, or just copy and paste and open
Yeah,
the
so
link
just
in
go
a
to the-
browser.
Just go to the events page. You'll see type and talk. Down here, click on show details. And that will have the link that you can use where you don't even have to worry about the password because the password is embedded in it. It will also have the meeting ID and the password if you want to log in manually.
Okay. I'm having a hard time getting in at all. Use that.
Yeah.
The password's a number instead of type pals. So if you see the password's a number, that would be the one.
Well, don't I have my own? Do I have my own? Ah,
No, everybody uses the same number.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble just logging in at all.
Oh,
Uh,
you're under pressure.
Hey, you know what? I'll send you a Facebook message, Sam. Then you'll just have it. How's that? I'll send you the password and the thing so you can have it.
There you go.
So let me.
sorry, login has failed.
I'll find it.
Sign
In the meantime, did anyone else have any typing prompts or questions or comments?
I have a song.
Yes,
I've
it's
been wanting to
me.
share it.
You have a song?
Right, awesome.
Yeah, but I don't want to play it live because my voice is still scratchy from. But I do have a typewriter song. I recorded a video of it a couple of weeks ago. So can I screen share a video? Is that possible? And I'll share it with. If I can, I'll share it with you.
Yeah, as long as it's not any copyrighted material.
No, it's an original melody.
Oh, okay. Original.
And
Okay.
yeah, everything's original. So there's no copyright unless I come down hard on you later on, Gregory.
I just sent it to you, Sam. I
Let me
just
try
sent
and
you
see
a
if I can
message.
do it. I'm not sure if let's try it here.
Excuse
I
me,
just
ma'am.
kind of got
Sorry.
into Type Pals.
Give me
Type
I just,
Pals.
want, I just wanted to tell Sam.
That's okay. It's okay. I found it.
You found it. Okay, good. I get
Oh, good.
meeting ID and passcode. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. So want to make sure she can get on there.
Now, when you show the video, you have to be sure and there's two little check boxes down at the bottom of the share box
Okay.
to optimize audio for video and share computer audio.
Okay, optimize for video clip and share sound. I see. that.
Yes,
Okay.
because otherwise
Here we
it'll
go.
sound horrible.
You see,
That was my excuse when I did my last thing.
Oh,
am I sharing? Is it
yeah,
Yes.
it looks like it's paused.
Okay. Now
Hold
let's
on.
try it. There we go.
I was working in a thrift store downtown when in walked a lovely lady who
Uh-oh. Froze.
It froze.
Stalled out.
Oh, it was sounding so good too.
Is it is it not? It's freezing up. I have a bad internet connection.
I know.
It keeps freezing up on me anyway. You guys, so dang it.
Dang.
Can you put it on our Facebook Type Pals page?
Yeah, I'll put it on the I'll upload it to the.
Is that on
Facebook.
YouTube?
Not yet. No, I've been. That was just my practice session trying to.
Oh,
pick it
so it's
out,
not
so-
it's not anywhere on mine because I was saying
No.
it okay because I was gonna say that you could put the link in the chat and then I could open it on my computer, but yeah.
I will. I'll upload it to our typewriter club.
Yeah,
live
yeah,
Facebook page.
that'd be great. What we heard sounded great.
It's
Well, it's
called
inspiring.
Old Typewriters.
Oh,
Imagine that, a song about
I
typewriters.
know, right? You've written at least a few now, right?
Yeah, 2 originals and 1 sort of a spoof. off
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so 3 typewriter songs so far.
Mine are all
About one
serious.
every 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, see you guys later. Have a good one.
All
right.
Thanks,
Good to
Ed.
see you.
Nice seeing y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
I see Mike is back. You're inside now, and it looks like you're nice and comfy.
I am nice and comfy, and the puppy's asleep. So
Oh,
it was surprising because he stayed out a really long time today.
yeah.
Didn't seem to have any problems, but I was just, had the iPad unplugged and it was running out of battery. And I knew if I plugged it in, he'd either go after the cord and either pull it on the ground or chew the cord. So
Yeah. Oh,
but he's asleep right now.
yeah.
So I just sat down. I got a little lunch and sat down, and
Excellent.
now he's quiet. So I haven't done. I had no news since the last time. But
Okay.
oh, I suppose I could share the Remington. Hang on, I don't know.
Sure. We like to see typewriters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see now. I'm gonna have to just sort of do this. And see, where is it? Oh, there it is.
There we go.
All right, can you see that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a 3, 1930. It's missing a platen knob, which I've got there's a 3D printed one online, but it's white. So, I'm not crazy about that. But then there's a 3D print design, but it's pretty ugly. So I don't have to try to design some. We do have a 3D printer here, but I haven't really done any design work. So,
Yeah.
but it'd be nice to get one. But I mean, it's like I said, the Remette has got all the same, mechanically it's pretty similar, except for the parts they stripped off to make a cheap typewriter. So I'm even thinking about swapping Platens out for, just to try it out once I get the feed rollers on, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Because the one on the Remette's not great. It's hard, but the one on the 3 is hard and cracked. So I may just go ahead and get some shrink wrap and sand it down and put some on there just to play with it, but
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
I haven't done that. I haven't done that with the Platen, although some of the feed rollers ended up being vinyl tubing with shrink wrap on them for the rear feed rollers.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't find the right diameter. The
Yeah.
front ones were the windshield washer tubing that they recommend for using for feed rollers, and that worked really good for the front ones. But the back ones, it wasn't thick enough, big enough.
Yeah.
But since I've run one typewriter of the same kind by this, I know I've got all the pieces, so it's
Yeah.
nice when you have sort of a repeat. They're not identical because they have different typefaces and everything. So this one I think is a Pike, and the other one's an 08. So
Okay.
so nothing fancy, but I'm too cheap to pay for fancy. So.
Me too.
I know earlier Daniel was showing us the feed rollers that he replaced with this. I want to call it yellow, but it was actually more gold, actually, like a gold colored tubing, and it actually looked really good. But then you think about it, well, you're not actually going to see it because it's under the
surgical tubing.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, okay, that stuff. Yeah, that's real soft, but I guess it would work pretty well.
Yeah.
As long as it grips and doesn't start sliding off the shaft, and I've used it on one typewriter before, and it's super grippy for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
That's a slingshot tubing, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Sean, I do want to mention to you, there's a pink Royal FP on Shop Goodwill right now. I bid on it, but I've already been out.
With regular standard carriage width or longer?
I think regular.
Geez, got to go after that, Gregory. I'll help fund it. I can pay me back very reasonable interest rates.
Yeah, there's a couple other typers on there right now that I'm going for, including an Underwood 18. That one, the bidding is still low, so I'm still well above the current bid on that. And then I think one I just barely got outbid on is the black and white or white and black Olympia Traveler Deluxe. Because I love those Traveler Deluxes.
We all have our dirty secrets, and yours is the Traveler Deluxe.
Yeah, there's just something about it.
Yeah.
And of course now those
SCM
are going to go up even higher that I mentioned them, but
how high did that roll?
You didn't just announce that live, did you?
I know. It happened before, but the Royal FP, I think I bid 43, and then I think right now it's at 44. I know, but
cameo pink, just for the name alone, it's a wicked.
Yeah.
I know. But I think part of me is thinking that the last bids are gonna skyrocket just because it's pink, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But then if it goes for 44, I'm going to be very upset. And that's happened before. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But I had to bid on that Underwood 18 because of all the talk about it. You guys were talking it up, and so I figured, and that one I think is just at $14 right now. So, well, probably not anymore, but I do it to myself.
We all do.
Like the worst was when I mentioned that I had bid on a Hermes 10, and even before the live stream was over, I completely got outbid, and I was like,
Aw.
Yeah, I really want a Hermes 10, like really, yeah. That's
the 10.
What's that?
Which one's the 10? Is that the big standard?
It's the electric type bar.
Nice.
Yeah. Joe has one of those. I think that was the one. It was his family typewriter. So
okay.
yeah. But anyway, I really
Gregory, do we have?
Go ahead.
Oh, do we have time to try the song again? Because I think I can turn off like incoming video and my video feed and make the bandwidth a little better.
Yeah.
Can we try it again or should?
Yeah, you can try.
I'm sorry, May. I have to go. I really want to stay. I apologize. I have to go. I'm a little late.
You can watch it later.
Okay. Oh yeah, it'll be. Sorry, it's all live or recorded. Thanks. Okay. See you guys.
Thank you, Sean.
All right. I'm going to try it one more time and mute myself, stop my video and stop the incoming video. See if that makes the bandwidth better. And if
hopefully I
can share it, we'll try it. Let's try it one more time.
I was working in a thrift store downtown when in walked a lovely lady who was browsing all around, and as she scanned across the shelves I kindly offered my help, and she asked me, where are all the old typewriters? Where are all the old typewriters? And so I showed her the Black Royal in Underwood, and then she quickly grabbed them up as strong as any big man could, and as she flashed her pretty smile I'd hope that she'd stay a while and show me how to type on old typewriters. Please show me how to write on old typewriters. And then she told me she liked making arts and crafts, and that she cut off all the keys and throw the rest into the trash. And I could not believe my ears as my eyes welled up with tears. And so I wrapped my arms around those old typewriters. Yes, I wrapped my arms around those old typewriters. And I said, I am sorry, ma'am, I can't sell them to you. Oh no, because these machines have been around long since before World War II. And there is history in them, great stories of men and women. And so I have to save all of the old typewriters. Yes, I have to save all of the old typewriters. And then I handed back her wad of wrinkled cash. And as I shoved her out the door, I let it hit her in the ass. And I yelled, don't come back again, you crazy key chopping heathen. And that's my story, how love saves the old typewriters. Yes, that's my story, how love saves. I will take them to my grave. That's my story, how love saves the old typewriters. The old typewriters.
Yeah. That was fantastic. Oh man.
All right. So it came through okay. Good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, so good. So good.
It's not a true story.
No, but it's a good story though.
You know, it was inspired a long time ago by one of your typing prompts. I think it was write a love letter to your type. Maybe it was Valentine's. Yeah, Valentine's Day.
Wow.
Write a love letter, and that's just what came up. And so
Yeah.
anyway,
So
glad to
Dave,
share it. You guys are the only ones that really appreciate my typewriter songs, right?
Oh.
Do you think you could come to North Carolina on Saturdays, like every Saturday, and we could write songs?
We could have a jam session. Well, we have Zoom, you know.
I know, and you saw what Aaron and I did that one time. He told me to play this song and send it to him, and he put us together in, I can't remember the app he used, but he mixed us together really nicely. Maybe me and you and Aaron could make, because Aaron did that so well. It's like I'd be struggling at first, but
well, you guys are like professional musicians.
And Aaron is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, he is.
And so,
but
I'm definitely of the amateur variety, but I do enjoy it.
He made me sound professional the way he played, the way he did it with me. I mean, it was great. He sounded so great, and it just set the whole thing off. I loved it, and you're gonna love it too if you do that. See, I know an Aaron will do it with you. He's already talked about it, so so you ought to get we need to come up with a plan.
Virtual typewriter band. What will we call ourselves?
I mean, I know you like
broken drawstrings.
I like doing songs myself.
The segments.
But yeah, we got to get, because it's so cool to do it together like that and then put it out there.
Wow.
May Travis and the Dirty Type Bars.
I love it. All right.
Larry, where is that video available online?
The one that Aaron and I did, yeah. I can show it to you probably right now. Share it with you or whatever if you want to try it. Okay.
What about copyright? Is it original?
Oh, it's original. Well, no, it's what it is a bicycle built for two. So that's old song. I really seriously doubt if that's a. I'm gonna have to look it up on Facebook and just show it to you off my phone. That'd be the easiest thing to do, probably.
Did you post it in our Typewriter Club live group or in the poetry group?
Yes. Yes. I cannot remember. I'm sure I did it in the poetry group because, I would have done that because why not? I want the group to thrive somehow. I started really into it a lot, and then I kind of got slack, but because I started playing my guitar. That's really what happened. I was typing I was typing poetry all the time, and then I wanted to write music. So let's see, explore this group. So,
well, while you do that, I want to say hi to Kara real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
How are you?
I just popped in. Hi.
I got it right here.
I was listening. Hey, Bob. I was listening on. Like, hi, everybody. I was listening on YouTube, but I just had to come and say, May, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I knew you guys would like it.
Definitely.
This will probably work, right? Just showing it to you like this.
Oh, yeah.
Because
try that.
Make them big.
Okay.
You might want to make sure your sound is on original so we can hear it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mine says original sound off, so I need on.
Yeah, put it on. Yeah.
Here it is.
I gotta go again, you guys. But I'll listen on YouTube.
Thanks, Care.
All right. Good to see you, Care.
Why is it strangely true? There's one carriage shared between both of you. Is it the result of marriage to pull for a second carriage? It's got me beat, but you look neat with a carriage that's built for two. Optimize, why is it strangely true? There's one carriage shared between both guess someone needed to type more on an algebraic keyboard. Well, you look grand typing hand in hand on that carriage that's built for two. It's got me beat, but you look neat with a carriage that's built for two.
Awesome. That is a cool
Wow.
feature.
Yeah. Very cool.
We
Very
can do
cool.
that. You can do that with I mean, he'll be all over it, I know. And then got to come up with a song that we can both, share parts and stuff like that. So we'll figure that out.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So
every
new genre in music.
So everybody's clear.
Typewriter
on,
rock.
They're on. If you try to get together on Zoom and do it, there's a little lag and it doesn't work. So I had to send in the video, and he merged the two videos together of him doing it and me doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. All right. Well, it's about that time. We're at the 4-hour mark. So
we love typewriters. Don't we?
I know. Yeah. and
Thank
Mike,
you once again, Gregor.
Oh, you're welcome. And Mike, I'm so happy about your dog.
Oh,
Be sure and give him some head rubs for me.
Oh, well.
Excellent.
Well,
All
thank
right.
you.
So we will see you guys next week.
right.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right.
Thank you, Gregory.
Saturday
Bye.
Thank you, Gregory.
You're
Happy
welcome.
typing.